All right, what's it gonna be, fellas? Shot in a beer?
Yeah, go for it.
I got the next one.
All right, I'll get the one after.
No. You're not paying for shit tonight, pal.
Ah, come on.
Yeah, don't even think about it. Sit tight, boys. So you did it. It's finally over. How's it feel, kid?
You know what? It was a little rough, but I made it out the other side just fine. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you did good, kid. The first year is always the hardest, but you held it together and showed everyone you aren't soft, so you'll be good.
Yeah, I will. And don't ever tell me to pick up your lunch, or your laundry, or donuts, or anything like that ever again. Okay? You got it?
Oh, and the rookies finally found this voice. All right, fellas, drink up. It's a special night for my not-so-little nephew. Salud, buddy. Your mom would have been proud.
Thanks, Uncle Tony.
Whoa, careful with that. I'm not your Uncle Tony in front of the force, all right? It's holiday, remember?
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that, holiday. I'll be more careful next time.
Yeah, kid. You can't slip up like that. The guys will never let you forget it. Kinda like that time you saw a hooded figure in the alley.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Look, I saw what I saw.
And what did you see? Was it a ghost?
No, I didn't say that. It could have been anything. A garbage bag, a guy taking a piss.
Yeah, but you were fucking spooked, though. I'm pretty sure you thought it was something, I don't know, supernatural.
Ah, man, fuck you. You know that's not true.
Hey, calm down, bud. Take a sip. It happens to the best of us. Yeah, Holiday knows a thing or two about getting spooked. What the fuck are you talking about, Mikey? Oh, come on. You remember? It was during your rookie year. You and your old partner got called to, I believe what you said was, a haunted house? Oh, yeah. I totally forgot about that. No, you didn't, you liar. You were freaked out for months after that. There's no way you forgot.
What? You never told me about that, Tony.
Yeah, Holiday, tell him what happened. Kid, listen up. You need to understand what a softie your Uncle Tony is.
Yeah. What happened?
All right, well, this was a long time ago, like 15 years or something. I was a rookie, and back then I had a partner named Bill. He was an older guy, retiring at the end of the year, so he agreed to see me in and show me the ropes. Good guy, Bill. Anyway, we got called over to a place in Manhattan, Upper West Side. Potential home invasion or something like that. The dispatcher said the guy who called was frantic. He seemed kinda skittish. Also, we're talking Upper West Side here. Burglary, sure, but breaking in when people are actually home? It's rare. We sorta treated it more like a wellness check, if anything.
Car 65, on it.
A home invasion?
Nah, it's probably nothing. Some rich yuppie off his meds, I bet.
All right, if you say so.
Remember, Holiday, always take calls in nicer neighborhoods than these. It's better for your mental health. Trust me.
I remember it was raining heavy that night, like really pouring down. We pulled up to this beautiful brownstone building and scurried over to the door. Bill went to knock on it, but just as he did, it kinda opened slowly on its own.
Shut up, Mikey. Then what?
So, we checked if anyone was home.
Hello? NYPD. We received a distress call from this address. Your door's open, so we're coming inside.
We walked in and the place was quiet. Like, unbelievably quiet. We couldn't even hear the rain outside anymore. Bill and I had our guns out because we didn't know who else might be in there. We creeped through the front corridor, leading to the main part of the house, ready for whatever. And when we turned the corner, that's when we saw him. A man, laying on the floor, phone off the hook, and an empty bottle of pills next to him. Bill immediately holstered his weapon.
Get an ambulance here, now!
Dispatch, we need medical attention at 125 West 87th. We have an unconscious male. Bill went over to check his pulse.
God damn it. He's gone.
Judging by his face, it looked like he had been dead for a while. And even though it seemed obvious what happened, I don't know. Something just didn't feel right. So we had a look around. At first, everything seemed pretty normal. The way his house was put together screamed married man with children. It was clean, nice, Warm, but not too lived in. I mean, this guy certainly dressed the part. And it was the right neighborhood, so why not? But there weren't pictures of a wife or kids anywhere. There was no sign to indicate that this guy had a family or anyone in his life, really. Then we stepped into the kitchen, and that's when shit got really weird. The whole room was spotless, like to an eerie degree. It felt more like a hospital laboratory than a place you'd eat food. On the kitchen counter was a microscope, sitting next to a bunch of test tubes and shit. And over to the far end of the room was this huge machine. It was the size of a fucking printing press or something. On the machine it said Abbott Architect. I found out later that this was a blood analyzer, used for immunizations. It made more sense after the fact, because in the fridge were bags and bags of blood. All labeled too, with different names, different blood types. It was fucking weird. Then, we heard something upstairs.
I fucking knew there was someone else here.
Me and Bill drew our pistols and headed toward the sound. We walked up the stairs quietly and tried to hear whoever was making the noise. The bathroom at the top of the stairs was clear. So was the first bedroom and the second bedroom. All that was left was the third bedroom, which had the door closed. From outside, it looked like the light was on, because we could see it flickering through the space under the door.
Sir, or madam, this is the New York Police Department. If you're inside the bedroom, make your presence known. We're coming inside.
Right as Bill said that, the air got cold. Not just cold, but fucking freezing. I was wearing my jacket because of the rain, but when it got cold up there, it felt like I wasn't even wearing a shirt. Bill slowly opened the door, and neither of us were expecting to see what we did on the other side. The light we saw from under the door wasn't from the room light, or even an external source, but from candles. A whole shitload of them. On the floor, on the shelves. Pretty much every surface in the whole room was covered in candles. There was so much wax melted off each one, it was like they were all fused to the room itself, like part of the physical environment. It was cold as shit at this point. I could actually see my breath, which was weird because I couldn't before anywhere else in the house. What the fuck is this place?
He's an occultist. Look.
Bill put his gun away and pointed at the floor. In the middle of the room was a huge pentagram, which looked like it had Latin phrases written all throughout it, along with different kinds of foreign script. I mean, I don't know a whole lot about that kind of stuff, but I didn't recognize any of them.
What the fuck?
I know. It was fucking weird.
Yeah, and then what happened, Holiday?
Well, I was about to tell Bill that I felt like someone was still here, maybe hiding somewhere. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but it was almost like we weren't alone. Like someone was watching us. And I know Bill felt it too, because he wasn't really acting like himself. He was really quiet. Just as I was about to say something, I felt this rush of cold air start behind my back and creep up my neck. Then, out of nowhere, this huge and sudden gust of wind just blasted through the room and blew out all the candles at once. Bill and I just stood there in the dark, with only the moonlight to see each other's faces. I think we both looked pretty shook by what just happened, because Bill was making a face I'd never seen before, and he was just staring at me. We had no clue where the wind could have come from. The windows were closed, there were no vents big enough to make that much air, and the closet was empty. We were spooked. We just booked it downstairs. We didn't want to be up there anymore. I think all we wanted to do was just let the paramedics in so we could get the hell out. Back downstairs, we waited in the living room with the body. Man, I'm being totally serious when I say I have never been more uncomfortable in my life. I had no idea who this guy was or what the fuck was going on in that house, but I just felt it in my bones that something seriously wrong was going on here. I just couldn't wait to leave that place and forget this night ever happened. And right when I thought things couldn't get any more uncomfortable...
Oh, shit!
What the fuck?
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah. This guy just comes back to life. Eyeballs twitching all over the place and shit.
Sir, keep calm. We have an ambulance on the way.
Just then, he locks onto Bill and stops shaking so hard. He reaches his hand out and gestures for Bill to come closer. Bill creeps over to the guy and the guy just keeps gesturing. Closer. Closer. Finally, Bill has his ear right up to this guy's mouth, and the guy kinda cups his hand over the space between. You know, like when you're gonna tell someone a secret or something. And he just starts whispering. Meanwhile, I'm in fucking shock. I can't believe a single thing I'm seeing over here. The dude's whispering to Bill for a good 10 seconds or so. And then, he just starts seizing and coughing up blood like crazy. Oh shit! Jesus Christ. Anyway, he's back on the floor. There's blood all over the place. Bill and I are way the fuck away from this guy now. We have no idea what this guy's got, and we're not taking any chances. After a couple minutes, the ambulance pulls up and we let them inside. He's back to being lifeless at this point. The paramedics try to revive him, but no luck. He's gone. Again. And they wheel him outside into the ambulance.
Well, I mean, you never told me any of this before, Uncle Tony.
Yeah, Holiday was fucking shook for weeks. Yeah, I can't deny it. Kinda fucked my head up.
Well, yeah, it's kinda insane. What'd your partner have to say about it?
Not much, to be honest. Which was weird because Bill was always thinking out loud. But not this time, though. He was real quiet after this one.
What the hell did that guy say to him before he died?
Yeah, what'd he say? I don't know. I tried asking him after the fact. Hey, Bill, what did that guy say to you in there?
Nothing.
Yeah, but I saw him. What'd he say?
I said nothing. You got it?
Yeah, all right. Got it. His attitude really changed after that night. Like, complete 180. Bill was a real happy guy. Always cracking jokes, busting balls and shit. But not after that. After that, he got quiet. He just never talked. And he stayed like that, all the way till his retirement. Oh, looks like Holiday isn't the only one scared of ghosts. Yeah. The crazy thing about this story is that it wasn't just a ghost in there. It was a zombie, too. When the autopsy came back for that guy who OD'd, they said he had been dead for like 8 hours.
What you mean 8 hours?
I mean, 8 hours. The fucking guy was dead for 8 whole hours before we even got there.
How the fuck is that possible if he woke up after you found him?
I don't know. Wait, yeah. Then who the hell made the 911 call that sent you guys there? I said, I don't fucking know. Yeah, I don't know, Holiday. Something ain't adding up. You never told me some of that other stuff before. Like with the blood machine and the candles and shit. Maybe that guy got murdered.
Yeah, what did the department have to say about all that stuff?
Nothing, really. They just chalked it up to him being some depressed weirdo who couldn't take it anymore. Yeah, but what about all the blood in his fridge? Apparently, it isn't illegal to possess blood in the state of New York. You're allowed to have as much of it as you want.
What did Bill have to say about all this?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like I said, he didn't say much for the rest of his time on the force. He refused to talk about anything that happened that night, and he wouldn't really say anything at all. Then about a week after he retired, he drove up to Winona State Forest, out past Syracuse, where he's originally from. He parked his car in a secluded spot, called his wife to say he loved her, and then blew his fucking brains out.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah. Yeah, rest in peace, Bill. He was a good guy. All right, shot in a beer? You know it. This one's on you, Mike, you remember? All right, you don't gotta tell me twice. Hey, don't let shit like that freak you out, all right? And don't worry. You get used to it. Haden City. A dark place. Growing up here, you learn that pretty fast. The darkness consumes just about every street corner, every household, and everyone in it. You can't help but feel a sense of hopelessness looming over this city, a feeling of despair that you want to run away from, but doesn't let you go. Being a PI in a place like this is very conflicting. I was never really sure which side of the law I belonged to. I hate the cops and the criminals in Haden. I guess the only thing I like is the truth. I was working a job late Friday night at the Gallium, staking out a subject inside. As soon as my partner Johnny walked out and gave me the signal, it was my turn to have a little talk with our new friend. Johnny walked out and stopped in front. He flicked his cigarette behind the guy that walked out after him. Showtime. Molinsky, I said, as he turned around shocked.
Who the fuck? Ah!
You get hot on blackjack tonight?
What the fuck? Ah! Let go of my arm!
You owe a few people some money. Molinsky was a card counter. He owed money all over town. As soon as he blew it all, he would go to casinos owned by people he didn't owe money to yet and cover his ass for a few more days. He was a social leech, a financial menace to everyone he came into contact with, including himself.
This is police brutality, man. Let go of my arm.
Shut up.
Aren't you a cop?
No.
Ah! So what, you robbing me?
No, I'm telling you. Pay back the Russians, or next time it'll be a bullet in your head, not a hand on your arm.
What about the Italians?
I don't know, can you die twice? Typical Friday night for Haden City.
Ah!
Tomorrow,
Get the fuck out of here.
next week, next month, it'll be a similar problem with similar results. But for me, it was time to call it a night. I woke up the next morning to the phone ringing. People don't usually call me in the morning. It was Todd Darnell, a good friend at the precinct. He was calling me from home, though, so something had to be wrong. Yeah, I'll be there as soon as I can. And I hung up the phone. On the drive over, I thought how strange it was that he called me from the house. He always called from the precinct, or the field. I couldn't say why, but it put a very unsettling feeling in my stomach.
Ace, it's good to see you. Come in.
What's going on, Todd?
It's Richie. He's missing.
Richie, Todd's younger brother. Not exactly the kind of guy to go missing unexpectedly. How long has he been gone for?
About a week now. I'm worried something bad's happened to him.
Is he in trouble with anybody? Is there anyone who would want him gone?
Not that I know of, no. It's just weird because he's about to close a huge deal with some development company. He was really excited about it. It's not like him to go MIA like that.
What does the Force have to say about this?
Now, come on, Ace. You really think the Force has the time or resources to go looking for someone who might be missing? They'll laugh in my face and tell me to give it another week or two. By then, it might be too late. Help me, Ace. I'm really worried.
I could see the fear in Todd's eyes. He really was scared. Odd for a member of Haden PD. I've seen this fear before. This was the kind of fear that went hand in hand with pure dread. Like something terrible is happening, and there's nothing you can do about it. Todd, of course I'll help. You just focus on yourself, and I'll take care of this.
Thanks, Ace. I really am grateful.
The unsettling feeling in my stomach was only worse after that talk. Richie was a straight-laced guy compared to most in Haden. A dope dealer, or a hired goon going missing, yeah, sure. But a guy like Richie, it was just odd. He had no criminal history. He even owned a business, a construction company, that seemed to be doing pretty well from the sounds of it. I decided to go to the Golden Mule and talk to Ivan. The Mule was a bar, owned by the Russian mob, and Ivan Denikin, the eyes and ears of the streets. Ah, Ace Mendenhall. Long time no see. Ivan, did you talk to card counter? I did. Did he listen? Yeah, he did. Good. What do you want for drink? Just give me a whiskey soda. Of course. Ivan, I wanted to ask you what you know about Richie Darnell. Oh, the Richie, policeman brother? Yeah, that's right. What do you want to know? Anything. Who does he hang out with? Where does he spend his time? And if someone might have a problem with him. With who he spends time and has problems with, I don't know. But I know sometimes he goes to the country club for social events. What kind of social events? After hours party. Holyoke Country Club was a very exclusive place. Richie Darnell was a well-off guy, but not in the same way as the others who spent time there. Thanks, Ivan. I'll look into it. Anything for you, my friend. Is there a problem? No, not yet. Oh, I see. By the way, boss have another job for you. Somebody steal his car and left it at the docks. He wants you to pick it up. And if you can find out who steal it, he will be very happy. Yeah, no problem. Me and Johnny will get it later. Before getting Johnny, I decided to swing by Holyoke Country Club and see if I could find anything. Holyoke was an exclusive place, full of politicians, lawyers, business people, and anyone wielding considerable power in Haden. That's what made Richie Darnell hanging out there a bit strange. He had money, a house, and a business. But compared to the other members of this club, he just didn't fit the same description. To an outsider looking in, Richie would have looked like he belonged. But to everyone else inside, Richie would have been nobody. So what brought him here? As I sat at the bar, trying to figure out who could tell me something useful, in walked the perfect stranger. Everyone called her the Duchess. She was a lively socialite who hailed all the way from England. Her family was extremely wealthy, and they had their fingers dipped in Haden one way or another. If Richie had been spending time here, he would have met the Duchess, and she would have figured him out. She was known to be a flirtatious woman. She glanced down the bar at me as she sat down, and smiled. If there was ever a time to make an introduction, it was now. Excuse me, miss. May I use your lighter?
Yes, of course. Finding a man who smokes doesn't have his own lighter.
Well, I do.
So why are you using mine?
I like yours better.
Do I know you?
No, but everybody knows you, and I know everybody.
Is that so? And who might you be?
My name's Ace, and I might be somebody who needs your help.
As if the lighter wasn't enough.
Thank you for that, but I'm also looking for a Richie Darnell.
Well, I'm sure you don't think I have one of those in my purse.
Do you know him?
Richie Darnell. Yes, I do. But he just goes by Rich around here. I haven't seen him in a while. Is everything all right?
Well, if you see him, please give me a call. Here's my number.
You didn't answer my question.
What question?
Is everything all right?
Yes, it's fine. Just call me if you see him.
Tell me what's going on, or this number is going straight into the rubbish bin.
She meant what she said. I didn't want to tell her everything, but I had to respect it. She was kind of like me. Just wanted to know what was really going on. Yeah, everything's fine. He's just been gone for a while. His family's getting a little worried about him, that's all.
So, are you a policeman?
No, just a friend.
You're not. Are you an investigator, maybe?
Wow, you're good. You'd make a mighty fine PI yourself.
Just glad you're not one of the old Bill. The captain who spends his time here, he's a right bastard, trying it on with every woman he meets. He's got a wife and kids, you know.
Yeah, I'm well aware. Pretty telling about the cops in this town if he's the most respected one.
Well, I wouldn't like to meet any of the other ones, if that's the case. What happens if you don't find Rich?
I'm not sure. Might turn into an investigation.
Will the police look for him?
Yes, but probably not well.
Oh, I hate seeing business go unfinished.
Well, if you see or hear anything strange, call me. If you want more unfinished business, call the police.
Will do.
After leaving Holyoke, I picked up Johnny to go get the car. Johnny was one of my oldest friends. We used to run around in the streets together when we were kids. Johnny was a real wild card, sometimes going off the deep end. He was a hustler and a fighter. He was small, too. I'd never seen two grown men have to work so hard to beat the shit out of a guy half their size. Aside from Johnny, I could go on all day about the kind of guy Johnny was. But above all, he was loyal. That's why he was my partner. He usually talked my ear off, but he was real quiet during the car ride. We both were. The radio was on, talking about a high-profile murder case.
Police officer was killed the afternoon.
A cop was killed by a kid, a 14-year-old kid. He was found dead in an alley after they picked up the kid on Lexington. The whole ordeal was a media shit show because they were trying him as an adult. Some people were even trying to say that he didn't do it. Either way, all it showed was that this city was getting worse. Either kids were out here killing cops, or cops were willing to lock up anyone for anything. It was things like this that made my blood boil, that made my stomach turn in knots. The fact that things were just getting worse and worse in Haden, as if it was just this place's natural progression. There had to be a reason for the madness, a force driving this ruthlessness. We arrived at the docks, and there it was, clear as day. 1975 Jaguar XJ6 Coupe, looking pretty as ever. It was surreal to see such a nice car in a place like the docks. I walked up to it and took a look around. It was spotless. No scratches, no hand marks, no footprints, no mess inside. At first it made me laugh, but then it seemed kind of eerie. I jimmied the lock and got in. I put my hands on the wheel. Damn, it was a nice car. I listened to more news reports on the radio during the ride back. Just one depressing mess after another. When we got back to the mule, Ivan was happy to see the car in such good condition. "Ha ha, very nice, eh? She's beautiful. Boss will be happy." Glad to hear it. It's strange though, huh? What is strange? The car. It's like no one even touched it. This is a good thing. Come inside and celebrate with drink. You deserve it. Also, you have letter. Inside the mule was dim and smoky. The quiet, drunken ramblings of what few patrons were in there filled the air. The TV was on, and once again, the face of that boy who shot the cop consumed the screen. I couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Guilty or not, his life was over, robbed of the ability to be a normal kid. Ivan handed me an envelope. The front read, Ace Mendenhall. No stamp. The letter inside said, "Dear Mr. Mendenhall, I have found myself in a situation which requires your services. I have chosen to write you and not speak to you for the sake of withholding my identity. As embarrassing as it is, I have been robbed of a very large sum of cash by a prostitute. I am hoping you can track down the girl and retrieve my money, or what is left of it. All I know about her is that she is young, in her early 20s. She is tall, and that she has long blonde hair. Attached is a card with a phone number. This number should be called if, and only if, the money is retrieved. A handsome sum will be given to you if you can do this. Thank you for your time. Johnny, grab your stuff. We're going." "Where we going?" "Canal Street." Driving down Canal Street was like watching fudge slide down a chocolate sundae. Everything moved real slow. The mood was calm, but the hearts of those who occupied this place were not. You could find anyone here, in Haden's red light district, from the high-up members of society, all the way down to the everyday low-life degenerates. A real slow-churning madhouse this place was.
Jesus Christ, Ace, look at these fucking skeezers. They're everywhere.
Johnny was talking about the prostitutes. Many of them were not in a very good way.
Holy shit, look at this one, Ace. Look at her, she's falling asleep talking to a fellow. What's wrong with her?
Heroin. It was everywhere. You could almost see it in the air. It hugged the block like an invisible mist, and it held on tight. The girls needed it to work, and they worked because they needed it. I parked the car and told Johnny to wait inside, and I lit my cigarette as I got out.
Oh, hey, sweetie. You looking for a date?
No, actually, I'm looking for a person.
Well, maybe I could be that person.
Have you fallen into an unusually large sum of money lately?
Baby, if that were the case, what would I be doing here?
You know any tall blonde girls around here that might be in that situation?
Jesus, Ace. You really don't waste any time, do you?
I got no time to waste. You know that.
Who's the poor victim this time? Wealthy banker, married cop?
I don't know, actually. He's anonymous.
Oh, wow. A secret piece of shit. How nice.
Just trying to return something to where it belongs.
Well, I'm sure whoever it belongs to is some kind of crook or criminal too, Ace. Do you really think everyone you work with is a fucking saint?
I never met a saint here in Haden. But if you lost something important to you, wouldn't you want me to get it back for you?
You know, out of all the guys that come around here, you're the biggest pain in my ass. And you don't even buy pussy.
Well, I'll be out of your hair as soon as you help me out.
What do you want?
Anything. A name, a place, a phone number.
Oh, well, that's gonna cost you.
I pulled a 50 out of my coat pocket and handed it to her.
Oh, thank you. You're too kind.
Your turn, Ruby.
Fine. Hazel.
Is that the girl?
From what you told me, I'm pretty sure it is.
Where is she?
No idea. And honestly, you're probably wasting your time. If it was me, I would have spent it by now.
I'll take my chances.
Pleasure doing business with you, sweetie. You come back soon now.
You know I will. Only God knew where that girl could have gone with the money. I didn't want to believe what Ruby said, but she was right. It probably was all gone by now. But it wasn't my job to give up without knowing. I dropped Johnny off at the Gallium and went home. I'd had enough for the day. I sat at my desk, drinking, smoking, thinking. Where could Richie Darnell have gone? And why was he hanging out at the country club? I knew for a fact he hated golf. Who took the boss's Jaguar? And why didn't they do anything with it? And finally, who did Hazel take that money from? He must have been a pretty important guy if he didn't want me to know who he was. I'd find out eventually. The phone rang and I picked it up. Hello?
Ace,
Yeah. Who's this?
it's me, from the country club.
The Duchess. What do you want?
I think you better come to the ambassador.
Why? What's going on?
I'm in room 404. There's a dead person in here.
And just when I thought the night was over. I jumped in the car and went straight to the ambassador. On the way up to the 4th floor, this same unsettling feeling in my stomach came back from when I talked to Todd about Richie. Of course, a dead person in a hotel room is never comforting, but I just had an extra bad feeling about this one. I knocked on the door.
Ace, is that you?
She said from inside. Yeah, it's me.
Come in.
She opened the door and closed it quickly behind me. Where is it? She pointed at a chair facing the window. I walked up and took a look at it. Thomas Waters. A very wealthy businessman here in Haden, He had money everywhere. Transportation, hospitality, real estate, development, you name it. There was foam coming out from the side of his mouth. His dead, bloodshot eyes sat open. One sleeve was rolled up, with his belt tied around his arm, and a needle was coming out from it. Jesus, how long has he been here?
I'm not sure. He was here when I left in the afternoon. He knew I wouldn't be back until tonight. I didn't think he would still be here.
Why was he here to begin with?
Thomas and I had been seeing each other.
And how long has that been going on?
Just a few weeks.
You don't seem too distraught about finding him dead.
Well, it wasn't really going anywhere.
So why didn't you call the police?
I was going to, but then I remembered talking to you. Thomas had been spending a lot of time with your friend Richie before he went missing. And this is just so strange.
What's so strange about it?
First Rich goes missing, and now this. I don't know. I just wanted to talk to you because I think this just isn't right.
A man dying from a drug overdose is hardly ever right.
Yes, but that's what makes this so odd. Thomas never did heroin or any other drugs. He hardly even drank.
There's a first time for everything, I guess.
I just thought you should know that I don't think this is what it seems.
I took another look around the body. That's when I saw it. The corner of a bicycle playing card, poking out of the top of his shirt pocket. I took it out. Ace of spades. Something was written on it. Dig deeper. What could that possibly mean? What was he doing with this? I was starting to think this situation was as strange as the Duchess was making it out to be. But I had to be sure. I said goodbye right then and there, and thanked the Duchess for calling me. Who knows what clues would have gone unnoticed if the cop showed up first. Morphine. It calmed my mind in situations like this. All day, every day, my mind ran in circles about who did this, who did that. All the time I did nothing but worry about things being stolen, people going missing, or getting killed. I couldn't sleep at night, and it was only getting worse. The morphine didn't get rid of my thoughts, but at least it slowed them down. I stopped thinking about Thomas, dying from drugs he supposedly didn't do. I stopped thinking about why Richie was hanging out with him at the country club, and where he might be. Instead, I thought about the card. The ace of spades. Dig deeper. Why did he have that? Did he write it and put it in his own pocket? No. Someone else must have wrote it and given it to him. Maybe even after he died. I lost consciousness in a high trance. Not quite asleep, but definitely not awake. The words dig deeper, circulating around in my head. That night, I dreamt about walking into a cave. A cave that twisted and turned down into the earth. The further I went, the further I wanted to go. I had to know what was all the way inside, even though it scared me that I might not be able to make it out. As I went deeper, the cave got darker. Eventually, I couldn't see anything, but I kept going. That's when I heard water dripping from the ceiling. I felt it fall on my head. I was walking in it. It slowly rolled down my forehead. At this point, it was up to my ankles. My hair was all wet, and it rolled down my cheeks. The water was now up to my knees. I felt it come off my nose. It was up to my waist now. It slowly seeped into my mouth. I tasted it. Blood. I jerked suddenly and was woken up with a crash to the cold, hard floor. The sun was out, and it shone right into my eyes. I laid there next to my desk and chair, just relieved to be at home. I remembered seeing Thomas in that hotel room, dead, with those blank eyes staring off into nothing. I had to know everything about him. So I called in a favor from an old friend at the Fed to pull every file on Thomas Waters they had. And boy was I pleased with what I found. Thomas really wasn't the straight-laced businessman he made himself out to be. He had a long history of sketchy dealings, with accounts directly linked to organized crime groups. Money laundering and tax evasion was his bread and butter. I was actually impressed with the extent of his work while flying under the radar. Hiding behind the plaques of legitimate corporate entities and legal businesses was a man who benefited strongly from the criminal underworld. He slid on charges small-time racketeers could only dream of. He once filed a false insurance claim on one of his hotels that burned down in Vegas. The claim was deemed false because it was proven that the fire was started by a member of the Imperioli crime family, a direct shareholder of the property management group. Neither Thomas or the Imperiolis were charged with anything. He was also once caught crossing the border into Canada with $400,000 cash in his briefcase. A criminal offense for most, but for him, a slap on the wrist. As I dug deeper into his records and accounts, I saw a name I recognized: Darnell Construction. That was Richie's company. A transaction of $2.3 million into Richie's account. Holy shit, I thought. That must have been the big deal Richie's brother was talking about. But why do a deal like this through Thomas? Something had to be going on. I needed to know more about Thomas and Richie. But where could I find it? I made my way over to the Mule. I always seemed to find something there, even if I wasn't looking for it. I walked through the front door, greeted by Ivan's comforting glare. Ace Mendenhall, long time no see. Ivan, what's wrong? You look like you've seen the ghost. Yeah, kind of. Have a drink. You look like you need it. What's on your mind? A few too many things, I'm afraid. Then you must have heard about Thomas Waters, OD at hotel. Yeah, I did. Such a shame. The TV was on again, and all eyes were on the trial. The jury and the defendant stood up, as the court and the whole city waited to hear their decision. After an extensive discussion, the jury sadly informed the court that they found the boy guilty. The judge agreed with their decision, stating that he, too, believed the boy murdered Officer Pollock in cold blood. He then sentenced the boy to life. And that was it. The trial was over. Everything was quiet. Everyone sat and drank in silence. Hours passed, and not a word was spoken. The silence was broken by Ivan's stern voice. I don't think he did it. Why not? Pollock was good cop. Yeah, right. Boss tried to put him on payroll, but he would not accept. So, boss's goons monitored him the week before he died. He wanted to talk to newspaper reporter. About what? I don't know. But whoever shot him was no 14-year-old boy. Give me the information of this reporter. I arranged a time to talk with her, and then I showed up at the Haden Chronicle, eager to hear what she had to say. You must be Miss Stonewall.
You must be the PI. What do you want? I'm very busy. I don't have much time.
I wanted to ask you about an Officer Pollock. She paused, as if time had stopped for a moment.
Yes, Officer Pollock, the one who was murdered. What about him?
I understand you had a correspondence with him.
Not really. He tried to contact me a couple times, but we never spoke.
Why did he contact you?
Not exactly sure, but he really wanted to talk in private.
So it must have been serious.
Probably. Cops don't really reach out to reporters about fluff pieces.
Have you ever written anything about the police?
No, but one reporter here did. This guy wrote a piece about Haden PD falsifying search warrants or something.
I assume they weren't very happy about that.
No, not at all. He was forced to resign not long after.
For writing the piece?
Yeah, the PD lawyered up and took him to court for fabricating information in the article. He can't write anywhere now.
Would you ever write a piece about Haden PD?
It depends. It has to be something worth losing my reputation over.
Like what?
Oh, I don't know. Corruption at the highest level, unjust murder, something more than falsifying documents.
You had to be stupid to think the force wasn't corrupt. For them, it was a game of intimidation, silencing those who spoke out. Everyone knew the game. You don't interfere with them, and they won't interfere with you. I'm sure you saw the outcome of the Pollock murder case.
Of course. It's the biggest case Haden has seen in decades.
Do you think the PD had a reason to keep him quiet?
That's a pretty big accusation. I wouldn't say yes unless I was absolutely sure.
Yeah, me too. I just don't know how sure I am that he was killed by a 14-year-old kid, that's all.
Well, I wasn't going to mention this, but the second message he left me was concerning.
In what way?
Just the way he sounded. He didn't seem normal. He was scared.
Is that why you didn't meet him?
Well, I was going to, but this was the day before he got,
I'm not going to promise you anything, but if I can get you some valuable information, will you write about it?
What kind of information?
Something you'll lose your reputation over. After I left, Miss Stonewall's words stuck with me. He was scared. He had valuable information. On who or about what, I didn't know. But right then and there, I made it my own personal job to find out what got him killed. I went home and called everyone I knew who could tell me something about Officer Pollock. No one had anything interesting to say. Anyone who got arrested by him just got thrown in jail. No one could pay him off. He just did his job. He wasn't friends with Todd Darnell. Or anyone on the force, really. But I did learn one interesting thing. Frankie Myers, a huge slumlord in Haden, told me that Pollock was renting an apartment away from his family for the past year. He gave me the address and I got my things. Just as I was about to walk out the door, the phone rang. It was Johnny.
Ace, I found the girl. Where is she? She's at the Sunset Hotel, room 212. How do you know that? Someone left an anonymous tip for me. They knew everything about her.
Alright, I'm going now. Change of plans. I ripped over to the Sunset to find Hazel, before she could shoot another dollar into her skinny little veins. As I pulled in, the place was dead quiet. It was a shitty little hotel, but I thought someone would at least be at the front desk. No one. As I made my way to room 212, I grew more and more concerned about the lack of people in this place. And there it was, room 212. I slowly drew my weapon, and I got closer to the door. I put my ear up to it. Nothing. What's the sense in knocking, I thought to myself. I kicked the door and it flew open, and then I looked inside. It was a big room. It seemed empty, and like nothing had been touched. The bed was made. There was nothing on any of the surfaces. Could I have gotten the wrong room, I wondered? But then I saw her, sitting in a chair facing the window. I could see the back of her little blonde head, and her frail little arms dangling off the sides of the chair. "Hazel?" I said calmly. No response. I walked closer, holding my pistol tight, not sure really what to expect. That's when I noticed her hands, covered in dried blood. I quickly came to her side and said, "Hey, are you okay?" But she wasn't. She was dead. She'd been that way for quite a while. Long, deep incisions ran down the length of her forearms. The poor girl had killed herself. But why? Being a Canal Street girl, I'm sure she had plenty of reasons. But my heart wept to see a girl so young experience her final moments in an empty hotel room, with seemingly nothing but the clothes on her back and a head full of dark thoughts. So, Johnny's tip was right. The girl was here, at the Sunset Hotel in room 212. But what about the money? I looked around for a bag, but there wasn't one in sight. I started opening drawers and looking in cabinets. Still nothing. Then I checked the bathroom. Sitting there in the bathtub was a duffel bag. I picked it up and brought it to the bed. It was heavy. I slowly unzipped it and took a look inside. You gotta be fucking kidding me, I said out loud. This was no ordinary sum of cash. I wouldn't even call it a large sum of cash. This kind of cash belonged in an armored car, being driven around by armed guards. This had to be millions of dollars, and it was all hundreds, wrapped up in saran wrap, untouched. That girl did not take this money from some sleeping John that hired her for the night. Who in their right mind would let her walk out the door with that much money? She was too skinny to even carry it. I had to be missing something. I looked around the room for anything that belonged to her, but there was nothing. No clothes, no bag, no purse, not a thing. Then I thought maybe she left a suicide note, but there was nothing anywhere in the room. I went back to her body. Her eyes were glazed over, staring out the window. She looked so peaceful. I looked at her arms. She didn't even have tracks. What was I missing here? And then, staring me right in the face, a familiar little white tip, poking out from the top of her bra. One word ran through my head the moment I saw it. Bicycle. It can't be, I thought to myself. But then I pulled it out, and it was. A bicycle playing card, ace of diamonds, with the same handwriting on it as the card I found on Thomas Waters. Diamonds are a girl's best friend. Money is a man's biggest secret. This was no coincidence. Whoever gave her this card was the same person who gave Thomas his. At this point, I was beginning to think that Thomas's overdose wasn't an overdose, and Hazel's suicide wasn't a suicide. They were murders. I got out of there as quickly as I could, hoping no one would see me leave. Just my luck. A cleaning lady right outside the door as I left the room. She shot me a warm smile. I tried to do the same. I kept walking speedily down the hall and through the lobby with the heavy bag over my shoulder. This time there was a man at the front desk who gave me a questioning glance as I walked past. Beads of sweat dripping down my forehead. Just as I reached the front door, a faint scream came from the direction of Hazel's room. I had to go. I hightailed it out of there and went straight to Johnny's with the bag. I gave it to him and told him to guard it with his life. When he opened it to look inside, his jaw hit the floor. I knew it would be safe with him, though. Johnny had enough guns in there to supply the Red Army. He had Makarovs, AKs, PPDs, Popshas, a real gun nut. I told him to sit tight until I figured out what to do with the money. First, I had to go to Officer Pollock's apartment to see if I could find anything. Hopefully no one else had gotten there first. I pulled up to the address Slumlord Frankie gave me, a decrepit old building in a very unsavory part of town. I slowly walked up to his apartment. I could see his door, which was slightly ajar. Again, I approached with my pistol drawn. Again, not sure what to expect behind that door. I slowly opened it to reveal what was inside. I let off a sigh of relief, but also disappointment when I saw the apartment. It had been completely torn apart, every inch of it. Drawers were opened, papers were all over the floor, couch cushions slashed and emptied. Whoever got here first was looking for something, and they didn't have an easy time finding it. I looked in the other rooms, and it was the same story. I was too late, I thought. Only two kinds of people search a place like this. Someone looking for money, and the police. I didn't think there was any money in here. So what were the cops looking for?
Right then, I heard a light tapping, coming from above my head. I looked up. There was a ceiling fan. But why was it making that noise, I wondered. I grabbed a chair so I could take a closer look. The sound was coming from the base of the fan. It wasn't completely touching the ceiling, and it was slightly rattling against it, making the noise. I put my finger up to the gap between the fan base and the ceiling. Air was coming out of it. I gently unscrewed the fan base, and it came right off. I stuck my arm through the hole and started feeling around. At first, I felt nothing, but then my fingers brushed up against something. Papers. I grabbed onto what felt like a stack of papers in a folder. I pulled it out of the hole, and that's exactly what it was. I sat down on the chair I was just standing on and had a look inside. Jesus Christ, Pollock really knew everything. He had a case built against the entire Haden Police Department. There were documents detailing corrupt officers, including Todd Darnell. Immediately following was a section on Richie. What was Richie doing in here, I thought? There were pictures of him, meeting all sorts of people. Some of them I recognized as drug dealers. I had no idea Richie would even be in the same neighborhood as some of these people, let alone associate with them. And then there were pictures of Richie with Thomas Waters, along with bank statements, showing transactions from Thomas's accounts into Darnell Construction. And they weren't small transactions either. God damn it, that's when I realized. Richie was selling drugs and using Thomas to launder the money into his construction company. And I bet Todd was protecting him too. That's why he was so worried about Richie going missing. Richie really was the perfect candidate for this job as well. No one would have expected a white-collar guy like him to be involved in stuff like this. And with his cop brother protecting him, no one would ever have to. Which then brought me to the money in Hazel's room. That wasn't some Joe Schmo's pocket money. It was a drop for Thomas. And now the big question. Where was Richie? Before I could answer that, I had to give these documents to Miss Stonewall right away. It was too late to go to the Chronicle, so I decided to show up at her house. I figured she would be a bit shocked that I found out where she lived, but this was too important to wait. I walked up to her front door and knocked on it. When she finally came to the door and saw me, she was speechless. Before she could say anything, I handed her the folder. "Here's your story," I said. She opened it up and looked inside. She stood there in the doorway for a few moments and stared at the papers, almost as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. She flipped through the folder, and by the time she looked up, I was gone. It was very late at this point, and all I wanted was to be at home so I could rest. I'd seen too much for one day. My body needed sleep, but my mind wouldn't let me. I had to know where Richie was, but there was no way to know for the time being. Someone must have known, but who? I fiddled around with the 2 aces I found on the bodies. My memory was right. The handwriting was identical. Whoever left them there left them to be found. Aces. I was starting to take it personal. Someone else knew about Todd and Richie's drug operation, not just me and the deceased Officer Pollock. The letter. Whoever this anonymous client was, took all that money from Thomas or Richie and left it with Hazel for someone to find. I was sitting on 2 dead bodies and millions in cash. There was no way this would stand for very long. What was this anonymous client playing at? That dreaded phone. What could it be this time? I could hear the birds chirping as I opened my eyes. Hello? Ace. Yeah, what is it? I found Richie. Where is he? I think you better come to the mule.
I got there as quickly as I could. When I pulled up, Ivan was already standing outside. He had a concerned look on his face. I didn't like it. When I got out and approached him, he didn't say anything. I really didn't like that. I had a feeling I wasn't going to like whatever he had to say next. He didn't say anything, though. He just stood in front of the boss's Jaguar. He turned to me, and then he turned to the trunk. He walked up to it and closed his eyes as he opened it. And there was the answer to the big question. Richie Darnell, flesh and bone, folded up in the trunk of the boss's Jaguar. A closer look at the body showed marks around his neck, indicating death by strangulation. Ivan, did someone really steal this car? Yes. Does the boss or anyone he knows have a reason to kill Richie? You already know boss and the gang are as crooked as they come. But killing policeman family member is a terrible idea in this line of work. He was right. Whoever killed Richie needed a damn good reason. And if it was for money, why would it be left sitting in an empty hotel room with a dead prostitute? Just as I began to connect the dots, it all didn't seem to make much sense. I stood there, staring at Richie, obsessing about the point of all this, and how it would all play out. And right at that moment, my heart dropped. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. A sliver of white, running along his shirt pocket, almost taunting me with its presence. As I began to pull it out, I prayed to God it wasn't what I thought it was, even though I knew he wasn't listening. God fucking damn it. Ace of clubs. What was this? Some kind of sick joke being played on me? It had to be, I thought. These cards literally had my name on them. Let lying dogs sleep. If this was in reference to Thomas and Richie, it was pretty clear that the lies went deep. I had to be the one to break the news to Todd. I knew he would be devastated, but it was my job. The police showed up with Todd on the scene. He got out of the car and made his way over to the Jaguar. Ivan popped the trunk, and Todd looked inside. His eyes immediately shut as he looked away, shaking his head. The stinging pain of seeing a loved one stuffed in a trunk for God knows how long is enough to shake anyone to the core. Todd still held it together pretty well, though. He started making his way back to the cruiser, and I saw the look in his eyes. This was not the same look I saw when I visited him at home. Todd no longer held on to fear, but anger. As he passed me on the walk back, I said, "I'm going to find out who did this, Todd."
Thanks, Ace.
He said calmly, and walked past. I wondered if he knew that I knew everything that was going on. At that point, I held on to all the cards, so to speak. At home, I thought about who would want to kill Thomas Waters, that poor girl Hazel, and Richie Darnell, and why. If not for money, then for what? I took out the letter, asking me to track down Hazel and the money, along with the 3 aces. All of it, the exact same handwriting. Then I took a look at the card with the phone number. Whoever was on the other end of this line might be crazy, or a psycho, I thought. But they were also very calculated, and waiting for my call. I picked up the phone and dialed the number. It rang a few times. And then someone picked up.
Hello?
I said into the line. On the other side, there was nothing. Just breathing.
I have the money.
And then the phone hung up. Days passed, and I heard nothing. I began to wonder if anything would ever become of this whole endeavor.
The police had been running an investigation on Richie Darnell's murder, with no considerable leads, and I wondered how things would change if Miss Stonewall ever published her article. Over the course of the next few days, things were very quiet, eerily quiet, as it seemed like everyone was holding their breath in anticipation of what was to come. I sat on evidence linking the murders of Hazel, Thomas Waters, and Richie Darnell, along with millions in cash, but I wasn't about to hand it over without finding the person responsible. Something had to give. Everyone's breath was running short. Finally, on the fourth day of silence, I received a letter. This letter made me feel terribly anxious, because I received it not in my mailbox, but on my desk upon returning home. It read, "Dear Mr. Mendenhall, I am pleased to hear that you have retrieved the money. Please bring it to the address listed below, on Friday at 8 p.m. Come alone, or you won't find me there. Friday at 8 p.m. That was the next evening. I looked at the address, and it was a warehouse at the docks. It had to be a setup, I thought. I was going to walk through that door to meet a group of mobsters who would take the money from me without thinking twice. But then why go through all the trouble? Why kill Richie Darnell for the money, and then leave it in a hotel room with a dead hooker? Why kill that poor girl Hazel? Why kill Thomas Waters at all? And on top of all that, why leave these cryptic little breadcrumbs along the way? It became clear that I wasn't dealing with a bunch of thugged up goons trying to get paid. This person was meticulous, intelligent, vengeful, and had more at stake than just money. Suddenly, the mobster setup scenario seemed more appealing. The next night finally came, and I did everything I could to mentally prepare myself for what I was walking into. I pulled up to the warehouse, and everything was quiet. Nothing but the sound of the rain, looming over the empty night. I walked up to the great big warehouse doors, which seemed to be housing more than just a person on this particular night. I didn't know if I was making a huge mistake by coming alone, but I knew I had to play by the rules to get the answers I wanted. I rolled open the door and walked inside. A large, bright light shone into the middle of the floor, leaving the walls in shadows. It seemed like no one else was there, but I knew that wasn't true. In the corner of the big empty warehouse was the silhouette of a man, a tall, slender man, who slowly emerged from the shadows.
Great, you made it.
Who are you?
Who I am isn't important.
It is to me. I'm not handing this money over to nobody.
Yes, a man of morals, I understand. But I don't think you came here to give me the money.
I did come to give you the money, but I also need to know why you're doing this.
You ever send a letter to someone who didn't want to hear from you? They get the letter and it goes straight in the trash because they don't want to hear anything you have to say.
Yeah, I suppose. What's your point?
Sometimes, in order to get someone's attention, you have to show up in person.
Well, you have all of my attention. And I'm here, so now what?
Out of all the people in this shithole city, I actually like you the most, Ace. But you're also a big part of the problem.
I get to the bottom of things. I just want to know the truth.
Yes, you do. But you also keep criminals on the streets and on the force.
That's not true.
Oh, but it is. You kick a card counter out of a casino so the mob can continue to prey on degenerate gamblers.
He deserved it.
You track down a nameless man's stolen cash without knowing where it came from.
It was stolen.
You look for a missing man and find him dead. Now everyone can worry about who killed him and not his cop brother protecting their heroin business.
How was I supposed to know?
That's why you need to go, Ace. I admire your integrity, but you're a big part of why Haden is like hell on earth.
I'm not going anywhere.
That's what you think, but I'll give you a choice. You can die right now, or you can go to jail.
What the hell would I go to jail for?
Well, first of all, killing that whore who stole your money.
This is Thomas Waters' money.
Ah, clever guy. You really are good at your job. But who's to say you and Thomas aren't in business together?
What business?
The business of killing Richie Darnell and stealing the money Thomas was helping him launder.
No one would believe that.
Nah, of course not. Especially because he wasn't found in the trunk of a car that you were the last person to drive. It has your prints all over it.
You bastard.
This is what has to happen. Everyone must be held accountable. You, the criminals, the police, everything has to stop.
So why not just take the money? Why kill Hazel? Why kill Thomas and Richie?
Because they needed to know what it feels like to have their closest loved ones taken away.
Suddenly it all came together. The boy is your son, isn't he?
You'll never know the anger I feel when I see people like Todd Darnell picking his kids up from school, knowing he just threw mine in a jail cell.
The boy on trial for killing Officer Pollock was a young, scared, innocent kid, looking at a future behind bars, and his father was willing to do anything to make the world know it. You don't know how many people's lives you're affecting with all this.
I don't care. My life is over, and so is yours.
He quickly reached into his jacket. I reacted the only way I knew how, and everything went black. I slowly opened my eyes, unsure of what just happened. My gun was drawn, with smoke coming out of the barrel. The man was still standing a few yards in front of me, but this time with his hand on his stomach and blood coming out of it. He slowly began walking toward me, blood coming out of his mouth as he crept closer and closer. I was frozen in place, unable to move. He extended his bloody hand and grabbed my tie before collapsing to the floor. I stood there, almost in disbelief of what just happened. I looked at his lifeless body on the floor, and the pool of blood slowly starting to form under him. I looked at his other hand to see his weapon, but there was no weapon. Just a bicycle playing card. Ace of Hearts. I bent down to pick it up. On it said, "The heart has its reasons, of which reason knows nothing." He wanted this. He wanted exactly this. The bodies, the money, and the motive were all on me. All I had was my word, and anyone who could vouch for me was dead. There was only one thing I could do. Go straight to the police with the money and tell them everything I did. So that's what happened, and that's why I'm here. 6 long weeks I've been waiting for my trial. As of now, I'm being charged with the murders of Hazel, real name Angela Smith, Richie Darnell, and Rodney Kane, as well as embezzlement of illegal funds. Thomas Waters' death was still considered an overdose, and I'm still unsure of how Rodney managed to do it. Rodney Kane, the man responsible for all of this, was an ex-military captain. He was discharged when his wife was diagnosed with cancer. When she passed away, his life fell into shambles. Unable to cope with the death of his wife, he began drinking. In the midst of all of this, his son was wrongfully accused of murdering Officer Pollock. The kid did nothing wrong. His only crime was being in the wrong place at the wrong time. If it wasn't him, it would have been someone else. This was the final straw for Rodney, who had a good and normal life, before it took a very tragic turn. That's when he began his own personal pursuit of justice, by his rules, to expose the wrongdoers of this corrupt city. Some good has come from this whole ordeal. Miss Stonewall did publish her expose on Haden PD, with the deceased Officer Pollock's findings. Public outrage has forced the state police to step in and start their own investigation. Currently, Todd Darnell and 6 other officers are in custody and awaiting trial for a list of offenses so long I could be here all night telling you about it. The most important one is the murder of Officer Pollock, and if there's an ounce of justice in this world, Rodney Kane's son will be let free. So as I sit here now, in this interrogation room, and tell you my side of the story, yes, I did kill Rodney Kane, and withhold evidence from the police pertaining to the murders of Thomas Waters, Richie Darnell, and Hazel. And yes, all 3 were murders. No, I did not murder any of the three. And no, I did not steal the money from Richie and Thomas. I don't know how telling this story will affect my trial, or if it will help my case in front of a judge and jury. But if you're listening to this right now, at least one more person will know the truth of what really happened in Haden City. This is my confessional.
So tell me, how are things going at work?
Yeah, pretty much the same.
Is anything weighing heavily on your mind? Are you taking your work home with you again?
Not really. It still finds its way there, though.
Why didn't you tell me about those dreams?
I don't know. They're stupid. I can't get back to sleep once I have them.
What do you see in these dreams?
People. But not normal people. It's like they're dead. But they're not dead either. They move like animals, walking forward and reaching out for something to grab. I don't know what they want. They just don't stop coming. Don't stop reaching.
What was going on at work around the time that these dreams started?
You know, it's funny. In this line of work, you see all kinds of fucked up shit. But it's never like it is in the movies or on TV shows. On TV, every murder's so interesting. They look at the body and piece together this intricate puzzle to figure out what happened. There's always some complicated backstory full of twists and turns, leading to the killer who everyone least suspects, and has some kind of surprising motive no one saw coming. Not in real life. These bodies come in and their stories are as clear as day. No surprises here. It's always a drug deal gone wrong, retaliation over some gang bullshit, or some poor girl caught up with the wrong guy, making him jealous over nothing. It's never a mystery. The hard part about this job is making it stick in court. But people don't like that. They don't like the truth when it's clear and grim. That's why you never hear too much about this stuff. Anyway, about 2 weeks ago, right before the dream started, they found a body off the Jersey Turnpike. And this one was different. I went to the morgue to have a look, and I could tell something was wrong from the start, because the guy brought me to the body and got out of there right away. I took the tarp off, and the smell was terrible. They said she'd only been dead for a couple of days, but it smelled like she was rotting for weeks. The first thing I noticed was the arm. It was missing. The left one. Usually with missing body parts, it's obvious how they were taken off. You know, hacksaw, axe, a crude knife. But looking at the way her flesh was shredded, just hanging off her shoulder, it was clear there wasn't an instrument used at all. It was ripped out, bone and everything. Do you know how much force it takes to rip someone's limb clean off their body? It's a lot. Then I looked at her face, and the state of her was just frightening. Official cause of death was blunt force trauma, but by the looks of it, you'd have thought the bubonic plague got her. I mean, her skin was just falling off of her face. She looked rotten. This woman could not have been alive 2 days ago. And then her lips. Or, you know, lack thereof. You see, that kind of thing happens sometimes with bodies left out in the wilderness. The animals get to them and start eating. But then I thought it was strange that something would just eat her lips and stop there. I mean, wild animals are hungry. They don't just eat the appetizer and then not move on to the main course. So I took a closer look, and that's when things got really weird. I could tell by the lacerations that the flesh was bitten off by teeth. But not sharp, jagged teeth, like that of a wolf or a bear. These lacerations were made by smooth, rounded teeth. Human teeth. Her teeth. I couldn't understand what I was looking at. With all the crazy shit I've seen work in homicide, I thought nothing could surprise me. But boy, was I wrong. I just couldn't figure out what the hell happened to this poor girl. And I guess it just hasn't been sitting right with me.
Well, I'm not surprised you've been having these dreams. You've got so much on your mind. Unfortunately, our session has to come to a close now. Same time next week? So how was work being, Anthony?
Busy. I haven't had much time to myself lately, if I'm being honest.
And what about your dreams? Are you still having them?
Yeah, I'm still having them.
Are they getting better? Worse?
Well, they were starting to get better. Starting to go away. I guess things were getting so hectic at work that I didn't really have time to think about her. You know? The girl with no lips I told you about? But recently the dreams have been coming back.
How often do you have them now?
Just about every night.
Have you been thinking about the girl?
Yeah.
Why? What happened?
I got called into a crime scene not long ago. Something about a meth lab, which I thought was weird because it's not my department. But anyway, I show up, and when I get there, it's the works. Tubes, beakers, boilers, the whole thing. Along with a bunch of chemicals they say I used for manufacturing drugs. And why not? I don't know anything about this stuff. So I go to the supervising officer and I say, "What the hell am I doing here?" He just looks at me and says, "I think you need to see something." He takes me upstairs. and we walk all the way down the corridor to the back room. Then he points at the door and nods his head. Confused, I go inside. And before I can even begin to think about what I'm looking for, the smell hits me. That same smell from when I took the top off that girl. It was horrible. I couldn't see anything in the room because it was too dark. So I took the light out on my phone. I'm looking around at the walls, but I don't see anything. Then I look down on the floor. And there isn't anything there either. Finally, I see something. A dark red patch sitting in the middle of the room. It extends toward the back. And I can tell by the drops and splatters that it's blood. I follow the trail. And in the back of the room, on the floor, handcuffed to the radiator, is a severed human arm. I knew it was hers the second I saw it. The shredded flesh at the shoulder matched perfectly. I didn't need to check twice. With the amount of blood, I could tell this is where she died. And with the splatters everywhere, I could definitely sense foul play. Anyway, the arm matched the body. And I was right about her lips. They found him in her stomach shortly after. Just when I was starting to forget. Think less about this girl. This shit pops up and now it's a criminal investigation. I know the department wants me to brush this one under the rug and chalk it up to homeless drug addicts being homeless drug addicts. But I know there's more going on here.
What makes you so sure?
I just know it. Something isn't right. All the blood in that room, the arm cuffed to the radiator, everything just seems unnatural. A person nearby the scene also told me something concerning.
Go on.
I was combing the area afterwards, talking to people, looking for anyone who might know something about that place. But no one could tell me anything. It wasn't like people were tight-lipped or scared to talk, but they really seemed to know nothing. I noticed there were a lot of homeless people in the area, and one of them was looking at me strange. He had this kinda halfway smile, with a weird look of confusion. I know he overheard me asking questions earlier, and when he started to approach me, I thought, oh shit, here we go. I mean, I could tell right off the bat that this guy was dog shit crazy. He was one of those kind of homeless guys you'd see on the train, and know not to make eye contact with, you know? The one saying all kinds of crazy shit, talking to everyone and no one at the same time. Yeah, that's him. And he's walking up to me. Before he gets too close, I say, hold up, pal. And he says, they're not making drugs in there. I say, what? And he goes, they're making an army. I said, who's making an army? He said, the Red Men. I asked, why are they making an army? And he says, to kill whoever's left. Then he says it again, to kill whoever's left. Then again, this time louder. And again, even louder and crazier. Now he's just repeating it over and over. Kill whoever's left, kill whoever's left. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to get out of there. He cackled like a psycho as I was walking away. But I didn't care. I just needed to leave. I know testimonies like his don't exactly hold up in court. But I don't know. I I couldn't help but feel like something he was saying might have been true. That he knew something I didn't. And there was a reason why he knew, but no one else did. So yeah, the girl, the dreams. Every night.
Thank you for joining me today, Anthony. I think it's very important that you're here.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm sure that the last few weeks have been quite difficult for you.
Yeah, it's been tough.
Aside from the obvious reasons, has anything else been weighing on your mind?
No. I can't say anything else has.
And your dreams, have they been present?
Nah, not quite.
What exactly do you mean by not quite?
I haven't been sleeping lately, so I can't really say I've been having dreams. But I still see them. The people from my dreams.
When do you see them?
Whenever I close my eyes.
Well, it's completely normal to feel the way that you do after experiencing something like this.
Sure.
If it's all right with you, could you walk me through the timeline of events leading up to the incident?
So I was working the case. Trying to figure out what was going on in that lab. And its connection to that girl. She was obviously there at some point. But why? And what happened to her in there? We had no leads at first. It was like everyone was completely oblivious to whatever was happening in there. But then, finally we got a break. We took all the CCTV footage we could of everyone entering and exiting the building around the time we found the body and busted the lab. Then we picked up a kid in Greenpoint selling ketamine who matched one of the faces in the footage. This stupid little hipster punk from out of town. The second I got in the interrogation room with him, I knew he was gonna sing like a bird. Well, if it isn't Mr. K himself. Bet you never thought you'd end up here, did you? Look, dude, if you want to know where I got it from, I'm not telling you. Alright, that's cool. You don't have to tell me about the K. But what you do have to tell me about is what the hell you were doing in this building. I don't have to tell you anything. Oh yeah? You don't? What? You want to go to prison, kid? It's just ketamine, man. It's like a Class C drug. You can't put me away for that long. Oh, what? Are you a lawyer now, Einstein? That's not gonna be the case when they find fentanyl in this shit. Then it becomes Class A. And when I hit you with distribution, you're looking at 10 to 15 easy. Dude, there's no fentanyl in there. How the fuck do you know? Did you test it? You can't do that, man. That's fucked up. What's fucked up is what they're gonna do to you in prison, kid. Listen to me. You do not belong in there. But I will throw you into Rikers so fast, you are gonna question every decision you have ever made in your entire life. Now you better tell me everything I need to know before I fuck your whole fucking life up. Okay, dude, fucking chill. Fuck. You, the building in Brownsville, 3 weeks ago. Why? My friend Bobby got this really good speed he was selling for a while. I mean, like, it was really good. Amazing quality shit. I asked him if he could get me more,
and he said he couldn't, but he could introduce me to the guys he got it from. So I went to that place in Brownsville with him. It was fucking weird, man.
Weird like how?
I don't know, it was just like scary. When I first got in, it smelled like shit. Like rotting meat or something. And then Bobby brought me into one of the rooms to meet the guys he got it from.
How many guys? What did they look like?
I don't know, there was like 5. And I don't know what they looked like because they were wearing these weird red hoods over their heads and these red masks covering their faces.
Okay, and then what? Did they sell you the speed?
No. I told them I wanted to buy some. And then one of them said they'd give me a bunch, but not for money.
What did they want?
People. He said if I could lure 3 homeless people into the building, he'd give me 7 grams.
So did you?
No, man. But I was so freaked out by the whole situation. I just said I'd do it if they gave me a few days.
Alright, and then what happened?
Nothing, dude. I got the fuck out of there and I didn't come back. Bobby's been hitting me up all the time trying to get me to do it with him, but I've just been ignoring him. I don't want to have anything to do with that place. Or those guys. Whatever's going on in there is fucked up, I know it.
What about your friend? Is he still in contact with those men?
Yeah, I think so. He keeps trying to get me to go meet them again.
You're gonna call your friend right now and figure out where he meets them. Then you're gonna give me an address with something good in it. Your next stop is Rikers, kid.
Yeah, sure, okay.
So he called up his little buddy and came up with an address in Flatbush. Now, it's my job to give this information to my supervisor and obtain a search warrant before checking out places like these. But that's where I fucked up.
Go on.
I didn't tell anyone about the address, and I didn't waste any time going there. I had a feeling these guys knew what they were doing, and if I waited too long to jump on their spot, it would just be another dead end. So I go to the place around midnight, and it's this huge building. It looks like it used to be a factory or something. It doesn't look like anyone's there, so I pick the lock and go inside. Now I know how this looks. It's super unprofessional and it goes against all the rules, but I couldn't help myself. It was killing me. I had to know what was going on, so I got in and took a look around. The windows were taped up, and it was dark. I took my flashlight out and saw that I was standing in one huge room. The setup was like the last place, but with way more stuff. There were pots and burners and tubes and beakers and all kinds of shit I didn't recognize. I wasn't sure what they were doing with all this stuff, but whatever it was serious. The department had the last place pegged as a drug lab, and I'm sure it was if that kid was getting speed from these guys. But as soon as I started poking around this place, I began finding really weird stuff. On a bunch of the tables were things like surgical scissors, scalpels, and forceps. You know, utensils for medical procedures. There was also this cage full of mice, and another one full of rats. Then finally, at the back of the room, there was this weird-looking refrigerator. It didn't occur to me where I'd seen one before. But when I looked inside,
I remembered. They use fridges like these at blood banks. And this one was full of samples. Each one was dated and had a serial number. Real professional lab type shit. Just as I was trying to wrap my head around what was going on in here, I heard something. I wasn't alone. Behind a door in the back, something was moving around. So I drew my pistol and walked slowly toward it. As I got closer, I could tell there was definitely something alive on the other side. I kicked in the door and said, "Freeze! NYPD!" At the other end of the room was an extremely emaciated man. He had his back turned to me, and he didn't flinch at all when I kicked in the door. He seemed to be completely focused on something in the corner. So I said again, "NYPD, sir. I need you to turn around and put your hands where I can see him." He slowly stood up, and when he turned around, the first thing I saw was the blood all over his face. He had something in his hand, too. It was a half-eaten rat. He dropped it and took a step toward me. "Sir, I need you to stay where you are and slowly get down on the ground." He took another step toward me. Then another. And another. "Hey, stay where you are or I will open fire." I edged back through the doorway, and he continued to edge forward. "I'm not fucking playing around. One more step and I'm gonna shoot." Then, he lunged.
That must have been a really hard decision for you to make, Anthony.
I felt like it was at the time. I was real shaken up by it. I'd never done anything like that before, and I hoped that I could live out my whole career without having to. But the truth is, my decision to initially open fire was nothing compared to what happened next. Fuck. Shit. Sarge, I need backup at 230 East 21st Street. And medical attention. We got a wounded civilian. Sir, stay on the ground. Sir, stay on the ground. We got an ambulance coming for you.
How does it make you feel to have been put in this position?
I know what I did was wrong. I shouldn't have been there in the first place. But when I think about the people running this operation and what they're doing, I don't feel wrong about trying to figure it out and stopping them. These people are sick and demented, and very intelligent. I fear their motives go beyond money and material wealth. And that's dangerous, because those kinds of motives are much stronger. So yeah, it doesn't feel good being in my position. It also bothers me when I pick up a newspaper and see the headline, "Unhinged cop uses excessive force on unarmed civilian." People shouldn't be mad at me as much as they should be afraid for themselves. I know I used excessive force, but it doesn't say in the newspapers or the police reports why I used excessive force. You know, the first 14 bullets I put into that guy didn't do anything to him. It was only the last 2 that went into his head that put him down. I don't know what they did to that man to make him like that, but if they did it to him, they can do it to others.
Do you feel any remorse for what you've done?
Seeing the man in that building was just like seeing the people from my dreams. He was already dead before I got there. No, I don't.
Haden City. A dark place. Coming up here, you learn that pretty fast. Ever since I was a kid, I always knew this place was gritty, dirty, selfish. I really found out when I became a police officer all those years ago. My name's Archer Mendenhall, but everybody calls me Ace. I graduated from the Haden Police Academy in 1968. I always wanted to be a cop, despite their poor reputation in Haden. I just thought if that's what I did, the people in this town could get some help for once. Boy, was I wrong. When you're a kid growing up here, you understand this place as a culture of scheming, lying, and backstabbing. You see it every day and accept it as a part of life. I remember one year, my best friend Johnny made the traveling Little League team. He even went to the tryouts in a pair of Converse All-Stars and still made it. The only thing was, you needed a pair of cleats and all your own equipment to play. Johnny's mom couldn't buy him new cleats. So what did he do? He stole a pair from this kid who lived across the street from him. Johnny wasn't all bad, though. He gave him back when the season was over. But that was all kid stuff. The real scheming happened with the adults in this town. My father owned a dry cleaning business a few blocks from our house, which was a complete joke because no one could afford to get their clothes dry cleaned in my neighborhood. But I didn't know that at the time. All I knew was that my dad was a busy guy, and he put food on the table. Sometimes a lot, sometimes not much at all. Financial stability wasn't something we really experienced in my home. Every Christmas was a total coin toss. Some years, the presents would be flowing out from under the tree and covering the whole floor. My dad would say, "It's been a real good year, so we better enjoy it." Other years, all I got was a front row seat to a screaming match between my mother and father. Even though I didn't really understand everything that was going on, I got the gist that maybe my dad wasn't the best, most honest guy in the world. My beliefs were confirmed one night when I was out with Johnny. We used to walk around Bar Street and pass by this Irish pub. All the university kids rode their bikes down there because they would serve minors on the weekend. The students would leave their bikes around the corner in the alley. If any of them weren't locked up, me and Johnny would take them and bring them to this bike shop that would give us cash for them. One night, me and Johnny got lucky and scored ourselves 2 bikes. When we rode over to the bike shop, we passed by another bar, Hugo's, my dad's regular joint, as he walked out with a woman. She was wrapped up around his arm, hugging on him, kissing on him. When we saw each other, we both stopped dead in our tracks. Before I could say anything, he said, "Archie, what are you doing here?" He came up to me real close and whispered in my ear, "Hey, don't tell your mom about this, all right?" And then stuffed $10 in my shirt pocket. As he and the woman walked away, I heard her say, "How do you know that kid?" And he just said, "Oh, he delivers papers on my street." I rode that stolen bike straight home and went up to my room. I punched the headboard of my bed until my knuckles were bloody. When my mother came in to see what the hell was going on, I just told her someone stole my bike. I never said what I saw that night. Not to protect my dad, or because he gave me money, but because I knew it would break my mother's heart and tear our family apart. The burden of that lie ate away at me constantly, and I vowed to myself that I wouldn't be like my father, that I'd be an honest man. From then on, I kept my head down, did my work, and stayed out of trouble. I was a good student, and I had a little restaurant job washing dishes on the weekend. That didn't stop trouble from finding me, though. It was in the 9th grade. A few boys from my neighborhood started picking on me. They followed me home on their bikes and called me names. They made fun of my shoes and the fact that I did well in school. I didn't do anything back, so their actions escalated. One day, they took my backpack and ripped up my homework. After a while, they even started throwing rocks. That's when I devised a plan. I knew I couldn't take on the 3 Stooges all at once, so I had to catch them when they were alone. I took one of my dad's ties out of his room and brought it to school one day. The 3 Stooges didn't pay me much attention during school, only after, on the way home. So I watched closely throughout the day and chose the best moments to catch each one with their guard down. I got Larry in the bathroom taking a piss. I crept up behind him, wrapped the tie around his neck, and pulled until he couldn't breathe. I told him that if him and his friends kept messing around with me, one day he'd be minding his own business having a leak, and the last thing he'd see would be a urinal cake in a dirty bathroom floor before it was over. Right after I said that, I pulled the tie even tighter, and really made him wish he'd just stayed in the classroom. I caught Mo in gym class and did the same thing. And then I got Curly at lunch and choked him until he puked in the urinal. I knew they would be mad and want to get payback after school. So beforehand, I asked Johnny and his baseball friends to wait in an alley near my block after class. When the Stooges caught up to me walking home, I ran to the alley where Johnny and the others were waiting. They gave chase and followed me there. When they pulled in on their bikes, Johnny and the boys came out with their bats and started swinging. They chased the Stooges away and smashed up their bikes. They ripped the wheels off and threw the bikes in the dumpster. After that, the 3 knuckleheads left me alone and started picking on someone else. Every once in a while, I would catch one of them pissing in the bathroom, stand behind them, and wait for them to turn around. It always gave them a shock, but they never said anything and just tried to act like it didn't matter. After enough of that, they just started going pee in the stalls. I like to think I didn't mean what I said to them about killing them, but I really wasn't into lying, so part of me probably meant it. That kind of stuff was normal as a kid here. I can't say I had a really rough life, but the things I experienced growing up definitely shaped who I am today. They say life is a lot more simple as a child, and they're right. I got my first-hand experience in just how complicated the world can be when I joined Haden PD. So I graduated from the academy in '68 and joined the force the same year. I was an eager young man, only 24 years old. Eager to help, eager to try and make a difference. That's how I got the name Ace. My partner, Pat Washington, gave it to me because I always wanted to be the first one on a call. Being a cop was good in the beginning. Patrolling the streets, putting away bad guys. I liked my job. It was widely known that cops in Haden were a little corrupt, and I certainly wasn't perfect. Johnny was now a bookie, and he gave me some kickbacks to make sure nobody interfered with his business. A few of the girls I grew up with, who are now ladies of the night, also sent a bit of money my way, just to look out for them and tip them off about raids and such. I didn't feel like what I was doing was bad. The way I saw it, if you didn't look out for your people, they would just be in the hands of someone else. I didn't trust that in a place like this. I realized you could label me as a crooked cop, and I suppose I was one, but I got my first taste of real heat about 6 months into my rookie year. One morning, Sergeant Darnell came into the break room and addressed me, Pat, and 4 other officers.
All right, listen up, fellas. I got a hot tip on a shipment of guns coming in tomorrow night. We're gonna move in on it and make this bust.
Should I get the warrants in order, sir?
No, this one's off the books.
I turned to Pat and said, "What does he mean by that?"
Don't worry about it. It's taken care of.
The 6 of us are gonna make this bust at the docks tomorrow night. And Pat, bring Ace along. It's about time he got his chops around here.
Sure thing, Sarge.
I wasn't sure what to make of this announcement. I was excited about being on a real raid, busting real criminals, and getting illegal guns off the street. But it all felt a bit sudden, almost like it wasn't real. I thought, this one's off the books. What did that mean exactly? I would find out soon enough. The next night arrived, and we all hopped in a van and went to the docks. We watched from behind a crate as a large truck backed up a shipping container into one of the warehouses. Sergeant Darnell told us to enter with guns drawn and tell them loud and clear that we were police. He went ahead first and then gave us the signal. We kicked open the back door and yelled, "Police, hands up!" The men in the warehouse froze. None of them ran or pulled their weapons, in utter shock of what was happening. Pat walked up to the shipping container and popped the door open. When we saw what was inside, everybody's jaw dropped. The container was lined with all kinds of Russian guns, AK-47s, Makarovs, RPDs, RPKs. The load was huge. Sergeant Darnell, unfazed by our findings, said, "All right, pack this shit up, let's go." 3 officers had to go back to the precinct to bring back 2 more vans. We filled them up with the guns and brought them back. The Russians in the warehouse were left there. No arrests, no charges, no nothing. It all felt very surreal, making a bust that huge and keeping everything under wraps. I understood that this was a shady operation, but I didn't think the whole thing could go completely unnoticed. As soon as we got back to the precinct, Sergeant Darnell broke out a case of whiskey and congratulated us for a job well done. He said our efforts wouldn't go unrewarded, and I felt proud to think I had done something good for the force, good for the city, good for the people. I came into work on Monday expecting some kind of shift in energy at the precinct, hopeful that news of the bust would have circulated and created positive morale. When I got in, that was not the case. Everything was business as usual. I found my partner Pat and said, "Pat, what's going on? I don't understand all of this."
What's not to understand?
We seized over 500 illegal firearms from Russia the other night, and everyone's acting like nothing happened.
Jeez, Ace, what do you want? Fucking parade?
No, but that was a huge bust. There hasn't been a press conference, an interview, not even a single news article.
Look, That's just the way things get handled around here sometimes. Things are done more privately. It's not public knowledge.
But why?
I don't know how they decide what's private or not. But don't worry, it doesn't matter. When you help with private affairs, get that good word in with the captain. Get bumped up, make some more money.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
Doesn't matter what makes sense to you. This is the way things are. Just accept it.
I couldn't believe his attitude about all of this. Everyone's attitude about all of this. Unfazed, unchanged, like everything was normal. Like this is what happened all the time. In my heart, I felt as if it shouldn't matter. Like I shouldn't need praise to do my job. At least something positive was done for the city. Hundreds of weapons taken out of criminal hands. Safety for the people, ensured by our actions. Boy, was I wrong. The following summer experienced a wave of violence like no other. Organized crime groups and lower-level street gangs waged all-out war against their opposition, as the city was a constant battleground for territory and power. That summer, we responded to fatal shootings almost every day. It was an absolute bloodbath, with no end in sight. But these acts of violence were not completely random. Certain similarities appeared among many of the instances. Similarities I could not ignore. The first was that many of the victims in these violent crimes had problems or disputes with the Italian mob. The mafia was really beefing up on enforcement and sending the message to everyone that they were in charge. People who owed money, those experiencing extortion, and rival gang members all got put on notice. There weren't any games being played. Any stepping on toes or refusal to cooperate was met with gun smoke. The net worth of Don Imperioli, head of the Imperioli crime family, went up tenfold that summer. In a time where the city was completely on fire and its residents were in constant fear and desperate for help, he watched the millions roll in. Don was immune to legal or financial trouble. Every time an issue came close to affecting him, someone in his extensive criminal network would take the charge and keep him safe. Don Imperioli was untouchable. The second similarity, and the most concerning to me, was that most of the firearms used in these shootings were Russian by make. It didn't take long for me to connect the dots and realize what had happened. Someone in the Imperioli crime family tipped Sergeant Darnell off about the guns. The Russians were getting too powerful, and the Italians couldn't allow them to obtain more firepower. When we seized those guns at the docks that night, we didn't take hundreds of illegal weapons off the streets. We just put them in the hands of different criminals. For a profit. Taking part in this, and knowing my actions hurt so many people, really took its toll on me. I started having trouble coping, and I began drinking a little after work, sometimes not even after. The thing that bothered me the most was the fact that no one's attitude was affected by anything that was happening. I patrolled the streets with Pat, responding to calls, talking to witnesses, going about business like nothing was wrong. But in reality, everything was wrong. I would stand there and ask a poor old shop owner, who robbed you? Who did it? Whatever they said after didn't matter. Because the truth was, I did it. I was responsible. I'd go back to the cruiser and take a swig from my flask. I kept it out of sight from Pat, but I'm pretty sure he knew. Everyone had their own little coping mechanisms. Affairs off the books became more of a regular occurrence. We would bust up poker games, bookie shops, dope houses. We would report just enough to make it seem like we were doing our jobs. But really, 80% of everything we did was just for ourselves, or the captain. The bigger busts that were off the books went straight to the top. Those jobs only put in a good word for you. Everything else you could get away with off the books on your own time was fair game.
It seems stupid not to do your own dirt. Because after seeing the effects the big jobs had on the streets, everything else just seemed like chicken shit. Being compliant with the Force changed you. It made you think different. I used to enter a situation asking how I could help. After a while, I started thinking, what's in it for me? I didn't like who I had become, but it was too late. I chose the life of a Haden cop. Before long, the booze wasn't cutting it anymore. I was having trouble going to bed. I'd stay up all night thinking about all these things that bothered me. That's when Pat put me onto morphine. He said it would help me sleep, and that's exactly what I needed. Except the kind of rest it gave you wasn't exactly like sleep. I began taking it on restless nights, when I knew the Sandman wouldn't make much of an appearance. I would close my eyes and let my mind wander. It was like dreaming, but while you're awake. In my dreams, I was often chasing someone, chasing them through the street, through alleys, into buildings. I didn't know what they did, but it must have been bad, because I was always in uniform when it was happening. Every time I got close enough to put my hands on him, I would reach out, grab the back of his collar, and be thrusted awake by the sound of my alarm clock. Like I said, it wasn't quite sleep, but it was better than nothing. Summer turned into fall, and then winter soon after. Violence in the streets had settled down quite a bit, and the Italian mob was sitting pretty at the top. Business continued as usual for us, too. Everyone ran their usual rackets. We all followed Sergeant Darnell's orders when something needed to be done. It didn't even feel wrong anymore. I was numb to it. Completely numb to it all. A real turning point for me came when the investigators called in a woman named Diana Yates. A real high society type, who liked to mingle with Haden's upper class. She and her family were from England, and everyone called her the Duchess. Her father owned Yates Shipping Company, which was responsible for tons of cargo coming into Haden. They sat her down, in an interrogation room, as I watched behind the two-way mirror.
Good afternoon, Miss Yates. Do you know why you're here today?
No, and I don't have time to play guessing games. So why didn't you just tell me why I'm here?
Okay. Your father is the head of Yates Shipping Company. Is that correct?
You already know the answer to that question. Just tell me why I'm here.
Okay. Well, a load of illegal goods was seized from one of your father's vessels yesterday.
Do you have any idea how many vessels my father's company is responsible for? You can't possibly believe that I'd be responsible for all of them.
You're right. I can't possibly be sure. But since you hold a position in your father's company, we do have the right to question you.
I have no answers to your pointless questions. You're better off talking to the wall.
Okay, fair enough. But I should tell you that we also have the right to bar your father from doing any business in the U.S. Unless you're willing to cooperate.
In what way?
Well, perhaps you could tell us about any contraband coming in from another shipping company.
This is ridiculous. I have a flight back to England tomorrow morning.
Well, you'll be telling Daddy business is on hold tomorrow afternoon if you don't give us some good information.
Fine. You people are insufferable.
She picked up the pen and notepad in front of her and started writing something down. Her expression was that of irritation and disgust as she pushed the notepad back across the table toward the investigator. Afterward, the paper was given to Sergeant Darnell. It contained the information of a vessel coming from Shanghai Shipping Company. By the way Darnell looked at the paper, I could tell this one would be off the books. Me, Pat, Darnell, and 5 other officers waited at the docks the afternoon the ship from Shanghai was supposed to come in. We stopped the crew and demanded to search the vessel. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The ship was full of construction supplies and machinery. Sergeant Darnell led the search, and by the way he moved around,
It was clear he was looking for something specific. In the back of the hole were crates of cement mix. He pointed at them and ordered us to take them out. We brought the bags out to the van one by one and confiscated them under the pretense that they were not documented in the ship's inventory. I knew the whole operation was obviously fishy, but I wasn't sure what Darnell was getting at by taking all of the cement mix. Even Pat was confused by this strange gesture. We would find out what was really going on in the following months. It was coming up on the holiday season, and Christmas was right around the corner. The feeling in the city had changed, and everything seemed dead. Pat and I patrolled empty streets, absent with life, and even crime. I had never seen the city so dormant, and I wondered what made it like this. Whatever it was, I knew it couldn't last. Peace never overstayed its welcome on the streets of Haden. Sure enough, the overdoses started happening. The new year brought in a lot more than champagne bottles and resolutions. Bodies were being rushed to the hospital at an alarming rate, and stiff corpses began popping up everywhere. The people of Haden were no longer at war with each other, but themselves, as a new and extremely potent brand of heroin called China White flooded the streets. In just a few short months, the focus of the people went from killing each other to killing themselves. No one could resist the allure of this deadly new dope, and once they had it, there was no going back. During the initial surge of overdoses was when I got the call. Johnny was in the hospital. He was hanging out with a bunch of friends, partying and having a good time, before he snorted a line of what he thought was coke. When he passed out and started foaming at the mouth, his friends brought him into the hospital. Luckily, they got him there fast enough to save his life. When I saw him in the hospital, he was a complete wreck. I made him promise me not to do anything stupid like that ever again. Then I made him tell me where his friends got the dope from. At first, he didn't want to, but then I told him that if he didn't, I would ask his friends myself, on duty. He was reluctant to give me a name, but ended up telling me it was a guy named Benny from the neighborhood. Apparently, he had the China, and everyone was going crazy for it. Not just junkies. So I left Johnny at the hospital and decided to give this Benny a visit when I got the chance. I went home and tried to sleep. When I closed my eyes, nothing happened, and I laid there restless as the clock ticked and talked. I had a million thoughts running through my head, and I couldn't shut them off. That's when I turned and saw the little pill bottle on my bedside table. The morphine dreams weren't the best, but anything was better than this right now, I thought. I opened the bottle and popped a couple pills. In about 20 minutes, my mind began to drift. I imagined myself walking the city streets, passing by the hustlers, the dealers, the hookers, the pimps, the gangsters. Every kind of lawbreaker that seemed to make up this whole city. Then, just barely within eyeshot, a man caught my attention as he saw me and booked it into an alley. I gave chase and followed him, desperate to catch up and take him down. In the alley, I saw him climbing up a fire escape, so I jumped onto the ladder and went up behind him. At the top, he climbed through an open window and into an apartment. When I made it through the window, the door to the hallway was open, and his footsteps echoed closely outside. In the hallway, his shadowy figure bolted to the left and down a stairwell. I ran quickly down the stairs and heard a metal door open before reaching the bottom. When I got there, I busted through the swinging door
and saw him running through the dark alley. I had my eyes on him now, and I decided I wasn't going to let him get away this time. I sprinted toward him and got closer and closer. He was almost within arm's reach. I had gotten too close to let him escape now. I couldn't let it happen. I felt like I'd been chasing this guy my whole life. I ran with all my might and reached out with everything I had to grab him from behind and hold on. I got my fingers around the back collar of his jacket and held on tight. My mind began to surface as the reality I was in started to slip away. No, I thought to myself, this bastard wasn't going to get away again. I jerked him toward me with all my strength, and we both went crashing to the ground. Light flooded into the alley as the world around us began to fade away. "Who are you?" I said. "Show me your face." I turned the bastard around to see who it was. I looked him in the eye, and staring right back at me was me. The sound of the alarm clock and the light from the morning sun became my new reality. I got out of bed feeling more exhausted than I did going in. For some reason, all I could think about was all the heroin out there. All the lives being ripped apart by the deadly China. Johnny being in the hospital, and how a simple accident landed him there. I couldn't help but wonder how I might be connected to all of this. Surely Haden PD had their fingers dipped in this pie somehow. Then I remembered the bags of cement mix we took off that boat. Suddenly it clicked. Those bags weren't holding cement mix at all. They had to be full of the dope from China. Why else would Darnell want to take them and keep it off the books? It didn't make any sense before. Now things were starting to add up, but I had to be sure. I needed to pay this Benny a visit and get some information from him. Off the books. What better way than to show up at his place with my badge out and start asking questions? Showing up with that badge on or off duty was like playing with a loaded deck. You could go anywhere and do almost anything without anyone stopping you. People were too afraid to get on the department's bad side. Having Haden cops against you could make your life a living hell. I pulled up to Benny's apartment complex later that evening. And just my luck, he was standing outside. I sat in the car for a little while and watched people come and go. Passerbys would walk up to him and hand him their money. Then he would hand them little bags from his jacket pocket. I waited till no one was around to approach him. When he was finally alone, I grabbed my badge from the glove compartment. Just before I stepped out the door, I got a sudden urge to leave my badge in the car. I'm not really sure why, but in that moment, I didn't want to approach him as a cop, but as a man looking for answers. I wasn't doing this for the police. I wasn't doing this for the city. I was doing this for me. I opened the glove compartment and put my badge back inside. I took my pistol in the back of my pants and got out of the car.
What's up, man? Looking to score?
Hands up, asshole. Right where I can see him.
Ah, shit, man. Listen, you can take everything I have, but I swear it's all I got.
You got dope?
Yeah, it's in my pocket, man. Take it.
I don't want the dope. I want to know where you got it from.
I'd rather you just took it, man. I can't be telling people stuff like that.
Why not?
Because I want to get killed, that's why.
Who's gonna kill you? The Italians? The Russians?
Nah, man, these people are even worse than them.
They're cops, aren't they?
Just take the dope, man. Look, I have money too.
Who is the cop you got this from?
I really can't tell you that.
Tell me now or I'll shoot you in the foot.
Well, you better just do it, because he's gonna shoot me in the head.
Okay.
Whoa, wait a second, man. Hey, if I tell you, you have to keep my name out of it.
Sure. Who is it?
Darnell, you know? The big guy?
I thought so.
Hey, wait a minute. I know you, man. I've seen you before.
No, you haven't.
Yeah, I have. At the precinct. Aren't you a cop?
No. I left there with a greater sense of urgency than before. Earlier, my thoughts and feelings were just a hunch. But now, all of my stress and paranoia was confirmed. I wasn't sure what this urgent feeling was telling me to do. I wasn't sure what I even was going to do. But it was clear that something had to change. I came in for my shift the next day with a new priority. I wasn't going to do anything off the books. I was only going to fulfill my duties as a civil servant, to help the people, and be an arbiter of justice. I arrived at my desk to find a manila envelope with my name on it. Curious as to what it was holding, I opened it and looked inside. A thick stack of 20s peered back at me through the opening. I counted the money and found the sum to be that of $1,200. I looked around the precinct and saw my fellow officers to be overly cheery in mood. I spotted Pat across the room, and when we made eye contact, his ear-to-ear grin suggested he had gotten his little payday as well. Now it was time for me to decide if I was really serious about my thoughts going forward as a police officer. I decided I was, and it was time to tell Sergeant Darnell. I walked into his office, certain about my stance on being part of the force. Excuse me, Sergeant Darnell. Can I talk to you for a minute?
Yeah, sure. What is it, Ice?
I can't take this money.
Yes, you can, and you will.
Listen, I don't care where it came from. I just can't accept it.
And why not?
Because that's not the kind of cop I want to be. I understand there's a way you do things here, and that's fine. But from now on, I don't want to be a part of it. So here's the money.
That's very admirable of you, but I don't think you realize the opportunity you're throwing away here.
I don't care about the opportunity. I just want to do my job.
You'll never get anywhere playing by the rules, Ace. The truth is, you can make more money being a dirty rookie than a clean captain on this force.
That's fine. From now on, I'm clean.
You're clean on your own time. As long as you're under me, we play dirty. Hand in your gun and badge if you're not going to take the money. I only want team players on my squad.
All right then, here.
Wow, Ace. You're really something else, you know that?
I'm sorry, Sergeant Darnell. I just can't be a part of this.
Call me Todd from now on. I'm not your sergeant anymore.
I stepped out of the room feeling conflicted, demoralized by Darnell's unwillingness to have clean cops on the force, accompanied by a new sense of freedom for no longer being under the thumb of such a corrupt organization. I had no idea what would become of me. Everything I wanted to be, my life's aspirations, crumbled away in an instant. On the walk out, I dared not look at my colleagues or my partner Pat, afraid they would sense my dejection and want to know more. I wasn't in any state to explain myself. I spent the following weeks in recluse, unsure of what I wanted to do with myself, but above all, unmotivated. I spent my time drinking, smoking, pondering. I came to the conclusion that I didn't need to be a cop to do good for people, but also that there might not be a whole lot of good going on in Haden at all. I was forced to question what I really valued. A lot of things in this world appear to have meaning to many of us, but only one thing really matters at the end of the day. That is, the ultimate meaning. The only thing that pushes and pulls us in whichever direction we go. The truth. After a few weeks of wrestling with my thoughts and coming to terms with my new reality, motivation finally presented itself, and I got out of the house. I went to a bar on the other side of town, the Golden Mule, This joint was owned by the Russian mob. I knew it was a big risk for me to show my face in a place like that. But without the badge protecting me anymore, I needed to make some new friends. I walked into the empty lounge and was greeted by a smoldering stare from the man behind the bar. He was a tall, heavy-set man. He was bald and had a thick mustache. I took a seat at one of the stools on the opposite end before he came over and leaned up against the other side. "Ace Mendenhall." "That's me. Do I know you?" "No, but we know you. And it's very bold of you to show your face around here after taking away our guns." "I suppose it is. My boss would have you killed if you weren't a police officer." "Then I guess I'm a dead man walking, 'cause I'm not a cop anymore." "You're not? Then what are you doing here?" "I came to make things right between me and your boss." "How are you going to do that?" "I can offer him my services in exchange for immunity and protection." "And what services do you offer?" "Information services. I can get whatever kind of information he needs, and send information if he wants to." "So what? You are a private detective now?" "Yeah, looks like I am." "Interesting. Boss may have job for you right away." Cool spring air flowed through the driver's side window as I sat and watched from across the street. Only a real piece of shit would leave a wife and kid at home to spend time in a place like this. Madame Sterling's was probably the most well-known strip club on Canal Street. Although the most well-known thing about it being the men who went there didn't come to just watch girls dance. Prostitution was never hidden very well in Haden. But why hide if you had nowhere else to go? Not all the men who hung out in these parts were horrible people. But a real piece of shit was exactly what I was waiting for. Paulie Rizzo, Haden City native and all-around scumbag, had been in there for about 3 hours already, arriving immediately after Sunday dinner with his family at their home in the suburbs. They lived in a modest house a little bit out of the city and away from trouble. But that didn't stop Rizzo from going back into the city to find it. I knew he was there to see the girls, but also to meet with potential clients. You see, Rizzo was an all-around hustler. He always had been. To the best of my knowledge, he was mainly known as a drug guy, the kind of person who had or could get whatever substances someone was looking for. But more recently, it seems he had expanded his product line to guns, Russian guns in particular. I knew he had to have another spot in the city somewhere to keep his goods, and that was exactly what I intended on finding tonight. My search didn't start with Rizzo, though. It started at the Golden Mule, where I spoke with Ivan about a job his boss needed help with. Being recently unemployed and no longer on the force, I needed to earn again. But more importantly, I needed friends who I knew could have my back in this seedy and unforgiving city.
I don't like to think of myself as a professional snoop, but getting to the bottom of things is all that I know. And I do it better than anyone else. I walked into the Mule that night. I decided to start working on my own. To my surprise, the Russians who owned the place already knew who I was. To make things even more surprising, I was also on their shit list for my involvement in taking a huge load of guns from them during my time with the Force. At that point, I thought I had made a huge mistake by coming in here. Until I remembered that I could offer something no one else in Haden City could. Loyalty. What's the job? The guns you took from us and gave to the Italians. We want them back. I can find out who has the guns, but I'm not hired muscle. I can't promise you that I can get them back alone. That's no problem. Just tell us where they are, and we will take care of the rest. I don't want anyone getting killed over the information I give you. I can't promise you no one will get killed. But if it means that much to you, then bring them back yourself. If I do this for you, will your boss and his friends clear me for taking the guns to begin with? Yes. If you do this. Drunken laughter cackled from outside the club as Rizzo and another man exited the front door. They stepped into his car and drove off down the street, with me following close behind. The two drove for a while, heading deeper into the city. I wondered where they were going at this hour. It was already pretty late, and I doubted they were going to another bar or club. Just then, the car slowed down and parked on a quiet residential street, right outside a small townhouse with dimly lit windows. Rizzo hopped out of the car and went inside. I knew the townhouse belonged to him because he pulled out the keys for the front door as he walked up the stairs. I sympathized with the man waiting in the car, knowing how anxious he must have felt. I was in his exact situation just a few days before. Finding any old Russian firearm in the city wasn't difficult at all. They were everywhere. My job was to find out who had them all and was distributing them. I already knew the Italian mafia were in possession of the guns, but made guys and families like the Imperiolis or the Mancinis wouldn't be the ones making hand-to-hand deals. They would have outsourced to someone far less valuable, which led me to Rizzo and his friend in the car. I worked my way up the ladder, starting with my good friend Johnny. He was always a bit of a gun guy. I knew that if I needed something, he would be able to help me. It all started with a simple pistol. A Makarov, to be specific. I told Johnny that I didn't want to buy the gun from him, but whoever he got it from. He put me in contact with a man from Columbus Park, an Italian neighborhood. This guy wasn't anyone special. He couldn't have been. Otherwise, I would have heard of him while I was a cop. I met with him in a little cafe. And just like I expected, he was your average street-level dealer. Everything about him screamed small-time gangster. He walked into the cafe with the works. Hair slicked back, gold chains, gold bracelets, shirt buttons open with the wife beater underneath. As soon as I saw the toothpick hanging out of his mouth, I knew I met this guy a million times before. He sat down across the table from me and said, "So, what you looking for?" "Looking for a Makarov." "Oof. Nah, guy, you don't want one of those. What you really want is a Beretta." "What makes you think I want that?" "Them Ruski guns are on high demand right now. Everybody wants them. Beretta shoots a stronger round, holds more bullets, and it's cheaper." I knew it was beside the point, but I had to admit, this brain-dead thug was really selling me on the Beretta. That's all really nice, but my clients prefer Russian, so it's going to have to be a Makarov. All right,
It'll cost you. We left the cafe, got into his car, and drove to an undisclosed location. During the ride over, we were completely silent. The guy didn't say a word. He didn't tell me his name, and he didn't ask for mine. Honestly, I preferred it that way. If he knew why I was here, and who I was working for, he wouldn't want me to know either. We pulled up outside an old apartment building, and he told me to wait in the car. Only after he got out and walked through the front door was when the anxiety sank in. I wasn't nervous about getting ripped off or anything like that. My only concern was with him being a bunk lead. What if he came back with an old pistol that had been in circulation for years? Or some other off-brand make that had nothing to do with the load of guns I was looking for? Then it would be back to the drawing board, and I would have to start all over again. He came out of the building a few minutes later with a brown paper bag in his hand. He opened the driver's side door, sat down, and handed it to me. I reached into the bag to reveal a brand new Makarov pistol, in pristine condition, and relief rushed over my body like wind on the subway. It was absolutely mint, just like the ones we lifted from the docks about a year ago, and it still even had the serial number on it. There you go. Happy now? Yes, very. Can you get more just like this one? I have a big order. How big of an order? I took a piece of yellow notebook paper out of my pocket, listing off a number of guns. The list contained 10 of each kind of gun taken from the docks that night, in order only the main distributor would be able to fill. As soon as he saw the list, shock and awe overtook his face. But more importantly, exhilaration entered his eyes, as he realized filling this order would land him a massive payday. Jesus, man. I'd hate to be someone you got a problem with. If you can get me these guns, that'll never be the case. But they have to be in the same condition as this one. Of course. Look, I know getting things from me is more expensive, but I only mess with quality. I can get everything on this list, but I gotta talk to someone first. I knew this man wasn't too bright from the jump, but the last thing he said only confirmed that belief. He had to talk to someone first. Most people would have said, let me make some calls, or I gotta get some things together. But he specifically mentioned someone, and I intended on finding out exactly who that someone was. I tailed him for the rest of the day, and for the most part he didn't go anywhere interesting. He met some friends at a pool hall, and shot pool for a while, and then went to a bar near his place. All the while going back and forth to and from his apartment making shady little deals. Things took an interesting turn at about 9 o'clock, when he went home and changed into a nice suit before leaving the apartment. The choice in clothing was much different from what he was wearing earlier, and I had to wonder where he was going with this change of attire. He started driving and I followed him. As soon as he went north on Highland Parkway, I knew he was going somewhere outside of the city. He drove that way for about an hour, and I slowly rolled the window down to let some fresh air in. It was nice to get a whiff of something that wasn't cigarettes or motor oil for once, and to see things like a tree that wasn't surrounded by sidewalk. Living in a city for so long, you forget there's an entire world outside of it. A world that isn't completely disgusting and overrun with human garbage. I heard myself think this thought out loud, and realized that I'd find everything wrong with this place too if I stayed out here long enough. The guy slowed down, and pulled into a small parking lot on the side of the road. The lot belonged to a tiny cigar lounge, which had to be housing this someone my goonish friend had mentioned earlier. I decided to go inside after him, at the risk of being seen, just to catch a glimpse of whoever he was meeting here. Inside, it was dark and smoky. I took a seat at the bar, and kept my hat tilted low,
as not to be noticed. My guy was sitting at the other end of the lounge, at a table with 3 other gentlemen. He and 2 of the others were sat on sofas at either sides of the table, and the 4th man was sitting in a lounge chair at the end. The way their postures were directed at the man in the chair, I could tell that he was the one in charge. His hat was tilted very low as well, and I couldn't see his eyes from where I was at the bar. I had to get a closer look, so I got up and walked over to the bathroom. I cut through the middle of the room, just close enough to get a look, but far enough to keep some distance. Just as I walked past, he lifted his head up and looked right at me. We made eye contact, and there was no denying we looked each other dead in the face. Shit, I thought to myself. He saw me. I didn't know if this was an issue yet, but what I did know was that I had seen him before. Rizzo was his name. I remembered because my old partner Pat booked him on a Class A drugs charge a few years ago. Mostly heroin, but a few other things as well. Rizzo had a reputation for being a streetwise businessman. He didn't go to prison or anything like that, which leads me to believe he either ratted on some of his friends or struck a deal with Darnell involving money. Either way, it was known street life and dodgy dealings was his bread and butter. I stepped into the bathroom and started washing my hands. As I was at the sink, the door slowly crept open and somebody walked in. This person went straight to the sink next to me and started washing their hands too. I didn't look at him, but I could tell he was looking at me. And by the way he was looking at me, I knew it was Rizzo. What kind of guy goes to the bathroom just to wash their hands? The kind of guy who has a real fear of germs, or one who doesn't really need to go to the bathroom at all. Immediately, I felt stressed by the entire situation, and if my thug pal outside found out I was here following him, I would be in big trouble. I left the lounge and drove back to the city without any problems. I knew Rizzo had to be an important player in the game, but how important I wasn't sure. I had to find out more about him, but I needed to be more careful. He already saw me once, and if he did it again, I'd be toast. The next day, I called my old partner Pat at the precinct. I had him give me all the information he could on Paulie Rizzo, and his whole situation was puzzling to say the least. The first thing Pat told me was his address in the suburbs. Quite a step up from the dope house he pulled Rizzo out of a few years ago. It was clear that he was moving his way up in the world. And it was also clear that he was getting very snug with the Italian mob. Being a second-generation Italian-American himself, it was only natural that a criminal like him would want to become friendly with the mafia and work his way up the ranks. But how friendly he was with the mafia remained in question. The second thing Pat told me was that Rizzo was seen having dinner with Carlo Imperioli, a very important member of the Imperioli crime family, and a made guy in every sense of the term. If Rizzo was having dinner with a guy like him, it would mean the two had some sort of relationship. I found this very odd, because when it comes to made guys in the mob, if you aren't one of them, you don't go near them, you don't talk to them, and you sure as hell don't eat with them. Everyone knew who the made guys were, and Rizzo wasn't one of them. So what was he doing eating with Carlo Imperioli? The whole thing just didn't add up. So I set out to find more. I tailed Rizzo the next day, starting at his family home. Everything about his family's appearance fit typical American suburbia. His wife and kid looked like nice and normal people.
but Rizzo still carried his scummy criminal flair with him. He wore a gaudy tailored suit and obnoxious jewelry and drove a brand new Mercedes two-seater. For a man with a 3-person family, it definitely said a lot about him. The neighborhood was nice too. I'm not sure what his neighbors thought he did for a living, but he looked so mobbed up I bet you they didn't even want to know. His wife sent their kid to school, and he left the house to drive into the city. There he went to a cafe clearly owned by some of his mobster buddies. 5 of them sat outside drinking coffee and talking about God knows what. The whole crew looked and acted like typical gangsters. The way they dressed, the way they moved, and they were all clearly earning as well. They each had expensive clothes and nice cars, but I didn't recognize a single one of them besides Rizzo. Obviously, Rizzo's crowd wasn't with the made guys, but I was positive he had to be the one selling the guns for the Italians. As I followed him throughout the day, he bounced between the cafe and a few places on Canal Street before leaving the city to go to the cigar lounge near his house, all the while meeting a slew of sketchy characters and either being handed or handing over an ambiguous bag of goods. He had to have the guns. I just needed to find out where he was keeping them. The next day held more of the same. More hand-to-hand drop-offs and pickups. At a certain point, Rizzo stopped off at a place I recognized, and it was there I saw a familiar face. The man who sold me the Makarov a couple days earlier was sitting outside the cafe we first met as he got up to greet Rizzo. The two went inside, and I wanted nothing more than to be a fly on the wall for that conversation. But I couldn't afford to get that close again. Rizzo had seen my face, and the other guy already knew who I was. The best I could do was park across the street and take a look through my bird watchers. The conversation they were having didn't seem like small talk, as both men had a look of intensity on their faces. I knew what they were talking about when the first man pulled out the yellow piece of notebook paper I gave him and handed it to Rizzo. The expression on his face upon looking at the paper said 2 words: payday. The first man was definitely looking to fill the order I had for him, and it seemed Rizzo was the guy to make it happen. I wanted to avoid a confrontation with Rizzo if it was possible, so I decided to tail him until I found out where he was keeping the guns. I thought maybe if I found his safe house, and it wasn't guarded, I could get the guns back myself. The next day was Sunday, and I received a call from my goonish pal. Come by my place in Columbus Park tomorrow. I'll have everything you asked for. Everything? Yeah, everything. That meant he was getting the goods from Rizzo at some point today. I had to keep a close eye on Rizzo to find out where the guns were. Hence why I saw him having Sunday dinner with his family, driving into the city to go to Madame Sterling's, meeting with our mutual friend, and now being parked outside this little townhouse, presumably to fill my large order of Russian firearms. So, like I said, I felt for the guy in the car. I had to keep a close eye on Rizzo to find out where the guns were. Hence why I saw him having Sunday dinner with his family, driving into the city to go to Madame Sterling's, meeting with our mutual friend, and now being parked outside this little townhouse, presumably to fill my large order of Russian firearms. So, like I said, I felt for the guy in the car, because I know what it's like to worry about somebody not delivering what you need. Rizzo was in the house for quite a while, and our thuggish friend waited patiently in the car. About 20 minutes had gone by, and I was starting to wonder what was taking so long. Just then, I heard the front door open, and Rizzo emerged from it with a bag. A big bag. He walked over to the trunk of the car and put the bag inside. Then he went back into the house and came out with another big bag. And then another. And another. That was my whole order sitting in the trunk of his car. The two drove off and went to the man's apartment in Columbus Park. Rizzo and the guy brought all the guns into his place and then went their separate ways. I followed Rizzo all the way to Highland Parkway and stopped tailing him when it was clear he was going home to the suburbs. I then drove to the townhouse where he had the guns and decided to take a look for myself. When I pulled up to the townhouse, all the lights were off, and it was clear no one was home. I walked up to the front door and began picking the lock, and then drew my new Makarov before entering. Inside it was dark, and it didn't seem like anyone was there. I took out my small flashlight and started looking around, trying to think where in this tiny townhouse Rizzo could have stashed all the guns. They were nowhere in sight. The only place they could be was in the basement. I searched for a door leading downstairs, but just then, I heard footsteps. I wasn't alone. The footsteps made their way toward the staircase, and down the stairs. You idiot, I thought to myself. How could I expect a stash of guns this big to be unguarded? I upped my pistol in anticipation of whoever was making their way down the stairs. I was hoping I wouldn't have to use it coming in here. But now it looked like I didn't have much of an option. When I heard the footsteps get to the bottom of the staircase, the lights flicked on. I jumped back in shock, and so did the other man. My initial shock came from being found out, but was turned into confusion when I saw the other guy. He wasn't what I was expecting at all. Long, baggy pajamas draped over his frail and shriveled up body. Big, bushy eyebrows sat quivering on his wrinkly forehead as fear set into his old leathery face. This man wasn't a mobbed-up stash house guard at all. He was just a scared old man who walked downstairs into his own living room to find a gun pointed at him.
"Please, don't shoot,"
he said. I had no intention of harming the helpless old man, but I couldn't put my gun down. I was frozen in place by shock and confusion. I thought I might have entered the wrong house, but a picture of Rizzo and his wife on the wall put that theory to rest. I then looked at the top of the staircase to find a younger woman clutching tight to a little girl. Terror had gripped them both, and rightfully so, at the sight of an armed stranger standing in their living room. "I'm sorry," I said quietly, and lowered the gun. I walked out the front door and quickly to my car before anyone else could see me. I drove straight home and made sure no one was following me. In my apartment, I poured myself a tall glass of whiskey and threw it back. What the hell did I just walk into? All night I sat by the window watching everything that went by. I was paranoid, fearful that Rizzo or one of those Italian goons was going to bust through my door at any minute and demand answers for my late-night visit. The house clearly belonged to Rizzo, so who were those other people sleeping in it? I didn't get a wink of rest all night. I was too on edge about the stir I had caused, and what the hell was going to happen to me if Rizzo found out. But beyond that, I had to know more. My relentless curiosity forced me to dive deeper. After the sun came up, I went straight to the county clerk's office and looked up the address of that townhouse. It was registered to a Giovanni Rossi, the last remaining grandparent of Paulie Rizzo.
The death certificates of the other 3 grandparents were there as well, all of them immigrating from Italy within the last 30 years, and all with the surname Rossi. It seemed that his grandparents were from the Friuli-Venezia Giulia region of northern Italy, a farming province which bordered Slovenia. The longer I looked at the death certificates, the more Rizzo's situation started to make sense. Most of the recognized mob families originated from southern Italy. Practically none were farmers from the north. Paulie Rizzo's father was the first to immigrate to the U.S., and when he did, changed his name from Rossi to Rizzo, a surname more commonly found in southern Italy. Maybe he didn't want them to seem like poor farmers or something. But either way, it appeared as if he was trying to hide something. More information on the address listed residents Maria and Anna Rizzo at the townhouse. The woman and child I saw at the top of the stairs. The 2 had immigrated to the States earlier in the year, and I wouldn't be surprised if their surname was Rossi before coming here too. Their immigration papers listed Maria as Rizzo's cousin, and Anna as his niece. I was never a big fan of the guy, but I began to sympathize with him and realize why he was so hell-bent on making paper. He had a lot of people relying on him, and he couldn't afford not to be a big earner. Although he was a scumbag on the streets, he was the champion of his family, and a hero in the eyes of them. A closer look at his grandmother's death certificate gave even more interesting information. It listed her birthplace as Sazana, Slovenia. Suddenly it all made sense. Everything about him, and everything that he was doing. Rizzo presented himself like such an established mobster, because he wasn't one, and portrayed himself like a quintessential Italian-American wise guy, because he wasn't one of those either. Sure, he had Italian heritage, but he wasn't of pure Italian blood. He was a quarter Slovenian, and that simply would not fly in the mafia. That's why he was doing all this work for Carlo Imperioli, sucking up and trying to prove himself as a valuable asset. I didn't know what Rizzo was thinking, that maybe he could suppress this information and become a made man without the others finding out. Whatever his plans were, this piece of paper could be his downfall. So I discreetly cut it out of the binder and put it in my pocket. I left the county clerk's office and went straight to the Golden Mule. I walked in and approached Ivan as he stood behind the bar. "Ivan, take this," I said. "If I get killed, this envelope needs to go straight to Carlo Imperioli." "What is it?" "Just something to ruin the man who kills me." Ivan smirked. "Glad to see you are working hard, Ace." I didn't spend any time explaining myself to Ivan at the Mule. I figured the Russians wouldn't know what to make of an old woman's death certificate if they decided to take a look at it. But giving it to Carlo and the Imperiolis was my insurance against Rizzo. I arrived home and went straight to the medicine cabinet. I threw back a few pills and then the phone rang. Just before I picked it up, I realized who it was. Shit, I thought. It's that thug from Columbus Park with my guns. I completely forgot I was supposed to meet him today. I took my hand off the phone and let it ring. I didn't know what I was going to do about him. I didn't even have the money to buy the guns. It didn't matter. He wasn't important anymore. Rizzo was who I needed to focus on. It was clear a confrontation with him was inevitable. The big question was how I would play it. I sat at my desk, drinking, smoking, and thinking about what I would say to Rizzo if he was here right now. His grandmother's death certificate was my ace in the hole. But I didn't want to reveal it until a plan was set in place. You see, I could simply just extort Rizzo and force him to hand over the guns, or tell the Russians about him and get the guns back by force. But I didn't want to do that. He had too many people who depended on him. Innocent people who didn't choose this situation or deserve violence. I owed him an exit strategy, an arrangement that would appease everyone, something to get the Russians their guns back, and allow Rizzo to earn without ruining his reputation with the mob. But what? As I sat and thought, the tiredness kicked in. Exhaustion entered my mind and body. I began to drift off, deeper and deeper into the realm of unconsciousness.
Look at me, not him, you piece of shit. Yeah, I knew I seen you before, back when you was a cop.
Small world.
Don't get cute with me, you fuck. Why the hell did you break into my grandfather's house?
The guns. I was looking for the Russian guns.
Oh, what, the ones you helped steal and then sold to us?
That was before, when I was on the force. I'm working for the Russians now.
Wow, unbelievable. As if there weren't enough two-timing scumbags in this city.
They mean business, you know. They'll kill you. I already told them you have the guns, but I said I'd be the one to get them back. That was a bluff, but I could tell they believed me by the way they looked at each other.
Well, you can tell your comrades to go looking somewhere else for those guns, 'cause I'm not giving them up.
If we can work out a deal, they don't have to get involved. For the sake of your family, please, come to an agreement with me.
And why shouldn't I shoot you right here and now?
Because if you do, they will come looking for you. Your wife, your kid, your grandfather, your cousin, and your niece. Concern and dismay settled into Rizzo's expression as he slowly lowered the gun. He then gave a look to his enforcer.
Stay the fuck away from my family and forget about those guns, you prick.
I lay there on the cold hardwood floor, wondering how I had been caught so off guard. The pain in my stomach wasn't as bad as the sensation in my chest. What kind of junkie investigator gets caught sleeping at their desk by the one guy they've been hired to investigate? The feeling was just downright embarrassing. It was only after the pain wore off and I got back up on my feet when I realized the bright side of the situation. If Rizzo wanted me dead, I'd still be on my apartment floor, bleeding out with a bullet hole in my head. But I wasn't. So that meant he bought my story about the Russians knowing his situation. The fact I was still alive also meant that he wasn't backed by the Italians either. If he was, Rizzo could easily take on the Russians. But the fact he didn't want trouble showed he was still independent. The only problem was his stance on the guns. He seemed pretty hardline about not giving them back. He was playing with fire as an independent dealer, by stepping on the toes of a larger crime group and not wanting to cut some type of deal. I wasn't quite sure what his endgame was, but at this rate, he was going to get himself and others killed. I had to make an arrangement that would satisfy everyone, and fast. I didn't know how much longer the Russians could wait before demanding results. Rizzo needed money, and the Russians wanted their guns back. Neither side would give up anything they felt was theirs, and someone was going to have to make up the difference. But who? Clearly getting made was more important to Rizzo than the money. He had to earn for the higher-ups to see his value. And selling these guns was his ticket into the big boys club. But he didn't necessarily have to sell them in order to make money. He could still get made by bringing in enough cash. And also by making sure the Imperialis didn't find out about his Slovenian grandmother. I was the only thing standing between Rizzo and getting made. He would have to play ball with me no matter what offer I gave him. But I was gonna give him a good one. I thought long and hard about all the people making money illegally in Haden. Surely someone could pay the difference for Rizzo's guns. Someone so rich that Rizzo's loss wouldn't even put a dent in their pockets. That someone was somewhere in this big dirty city. I'd bet money on it. Bingo. It was so obvious. How did I not think of it before? A solution that would get the Russians their guns, get Rizzo made, and keep his secret under wraps. I called our mutual friend, the goon I blew off about the big order of guns. I knew he would be pissed to hear my voice, but I had to ask him a favor. I told him I'd buy the guns if he could get me a meeting with Rizzo. A meeting in a safe place, just to talk. He seemed reluctant at first, but then said he could make it happen. I was set to meet Rizzo at the cafe in Columbus Park the next day. I wasn't sure how he would take my proposal, but he would have to take it. There was no other choice. I arrived at noon and walked through the front door. The cafe was empty, with only Rizzo sitting at a table in the back. Right as I walked in, he nodded at the man behind the counter. The fat old man took off his grease-stained apron and walked past me toward the front door. He flipped the sign to closed, put on his hat, and took a walk. I walked across the dining room floor and took a seat opposite Rizzo.
I thought I told you to forget about those guns, you two-timing piece of shit.
Forgetting about my job isn't an option. That's why I have an offer for you.
Well, unless you want to buy 'em all, I'm not interested.
Face it, Rizzo. You can't go to war with the Russians by yourself. And if you don't cut a deal with me, this won't end well for you and your family.
Once I move these guns and get made by the Emperoles, none of it's gonna matter. The Russians won't be able to touch me, and then I'm gonna squash you and everyone you know.
What makes you think the Imperialis would ever make a guy like you?
'Cause I know how to hustle, how to earn, how to deal with punks like you. Punks who got nothing, and leech off of everyone else.
Last I heard, you have to be 100% Italian to get made. I'm sure Carlo and the rest of his family would be thrilled to find out you have a Slovenian grandmother, Rizzo. Or should I say Rossi? Rizzo's glare hardened, and scorn filled his eyes. In that moment, I could tell he wanted nothing more than to pull out his pistol and empty the clip into my head. But he knew better than to kill the only person keeping his secret unknown. I have her death certificate, and if you cooperate with me, no one else has to see it.
You fucking piece of shit. You would never.
I don't want to. I want to help you.
How's a scumbag like you gonna help me?
There's a small underground casino in Chinatown that's flown under the radar the past couple years. They make a lot of money, and for some reason the cops don't know about it yet. I can give you the information and put you in contact with a cop who will break you off a cut of the extortion.
Psh, no way. I don't work for the police.
It's your only option, Rizzo. You can't afford to do anything else. This way, you can still get money for the guns, still get made, and make a friend on the force. You think other made guys don't have friends in Haden PD? You're crazy. Don't just do it to save yourself. Do it for your family. They need you.
You're a real piece of shit, you know that?
I slid a piece of paper across the table to Rizzo. On the paper was the casino's information, my old partner Pat's phone number, and the address of the Golden Mule. Make the call, deliver the guns, and get the money. Your secret's safe with me, I said, as I got up and left. Rizzo's lip trembled with rage as he watched me walk away. He had anger in his heart, but he wasn't a stupid man. He knew what he had to do. The guns got delivered to the Mule later that week, and I heard through the grapevine that Pat paid a visit to the Chinese casino. I know Rizzo got paid, because I didn't hear a word from him since our little meeting. Plus, the casino in Chinatown is still running. I went and bought the rest of the guns from my thug buddy in Columbus Park, and to this day, I still don't know his name. I had no real need for that much firepower, so I gave everything to Johnny for his help. His eyes lit up like the 4th of July when I popped the trunk and said they were for him. For a brief moment, everyone was happy. The Russians got what they wanted, Rizzo was well on his way to getting made, and not to mention Christmas came about 9 months early for Johnny. I could sleep well knowing I was on the Russians' good side, and that no one wanted to kill me for any reason. I just wondered how long it could last. Sunshine and rainbows never had much of a home here, and calm moments never overstayed their welcome. But for now, I just have to enjoy it. You never know what tomorrow will bring in Haden City.
It's a nice street. A friendly street. Nothing out of the ordinary. That's why I like it. It's a dead end, so it's never that busy. But it's never that quiet either. Living on the outskirts of a place like London, that's all you could ever ask for. The busiest times are at 8 a.m. and 3 p.m. because there's a primary school halfway up the road. The middle of the street is mobbed with children and parents, picking up and dropping off at those times. Other than that, I'd say things are quite pleasant on this street. When the weather's nice, a lot of kids play outside in the road. They're kind of noisy, but honestly I find it charming. It's because they ride around on bikes and scooters. They play football and other games, which I think is nice. It's refreshing to see young kids do all the stuff I used to do when I was their age, and not stay inside all day playing on computers and devices. It just sort of makes me feel like the world isn't dead yet. I can tell you so much about the street because I have a lot of time to look out the window. When you're stuck inside the house job hunting all day, you really start to take notice of your surroundings. I mean, I moved all the way to another country to live with my in-laws and have a career change, so I guess you could say I kind of asked for it. Every day I get a clear view out the front window, up the short driveway, and out the gate leading into the street. I see everything directly in front of the house. I see the mailman when he comes to slide letters in the door slot. I see the kids playing. I see cars driving up and parking. I know who lives where, what their daily schedules are like, and what they get up to on a day-to-day basis. Just like I said in the beginning, there's nothing out of the ordinary, and that's why I like it. But one day, something did happen out of the ordinary, and I sort of had a hard time letting it go. Across the street, there lives a woman and her 3 kids. A very nice family. It was midday, so I know the kids were at school. No one ever walks up Jenna's driveway and toward their side door at this time of day. Not for anything, not for any reason, never. But on this one day, a man appeared and walked up their driveway. I don't know why, but it really shocked me and grabbed my attention. So I got up from the computer and walked toward the window. Something about this guy I just didn't like. He was a middle-aged white guy with curly white hair, a black leather jacket, and blue jeans. He went straight up to the side door and grabbed the handle. Didn't knock. Even from across the street, I could see he was really twisting it with force. The door was locked, so it didn't open. I thought, Jesus, what the hell does this guy want? He walked to the end of the driveway and toward the garage. He did the same thing with the door handle there. Twisting and pulling. Not like crazy, but still with considerable force. When he noticed the padlock above the handle latching the door shut, he turned around and directed his attention toward the bins. That's what they call garbage cans over here. He immediately opened them and started looking around inside, like he was trying to find something. I decided that was enough and I went outside. Hi, sir. Are you looking for Jenna?
Huh? Dinesh?
What? No, Jenna. Are you looking for Jenna? This is her house.
Dinesh? Are you Dinesh?
No, I live across the street. I just saw you poking around and it looked like you needed help.
Where did you see me from?
That house, right there.
Well, I suppose it's good to meet the neighborhood watch.
Yeah. Just then, a black car pulled up and someone stepped out. The strange man forgot about me in an instant and went to go talk to this other guy. I went back into the house and observed them from the window. The two men walked up the driveway and toward the garage. The guy who just showed up pulled out a key and let the first guy inside. It put my mind at ease a bit to know this person was probably the landlord and just renting out some space to someone in need of it. Still, I didn't like how this man who didn't live here just showed up trying to open doors and prod around like he owned the place. Also, when I talked to him, I got a really intense vibe. His eyes were big and wide, stretched open like he was in a perpetual state of shocked focus. He also had a tiny bit of spit clinging to his bottom lip that he either didn't notice or didn't care about. Either way, I noticed it, and I thought it was gross. But whatever, he had a reason to be here, and I couldn't be mad at anyone for that. In the following days, I would see him across the street, filling up bags and bags of trash, emptying the garage to make space. I supposed he was renting it for storage and not actually living there. But it made me wonder what he planned on storing, the way he was so eager to move everything out. I would just watch him, filling up these bags and putting them in the bins. Even the way he walked up and down the driveway unsettled me. That same rigid intensity he had in our interaction from before. It was almost like he was on drugs or something, but I could just tell he was always like that. On the third day of emptying the garage, it seemed he had finished. He brought the last bag out to the bins and headed back to the open garage door. But halfway up the drive, he stopped suddenly. He turned and looked at the house, with the side door and window beside him as he did. He just stood there, with his head cocked and staring. I thought to myself, what the hell is going on in his mind right now? About 2 minutes went by, and he slowly began creeping towards the window. He put his hands on the frame and started pushing up, trying to open it. What the fuck? I said out loud. Just as I got up to go out the front door and talk to him, one of Jenna's daughters stepped out the side door and saw what he was doing. He didn't stop pulling on the window. He just gestured for the little girl to come over, so he could show her something. When she did, he pointed at something on the window and explained it to her. The girl went back inside and got her mom, who then came out to further inspect her window with the man. They talked about it for a while and even had a laugh as they did. I couldn't believe it. I was ready to go out there and give him a piece of my mind, tell him I didn't like him and that I had my eye on him. I'm glad Jenna's daughter walked out, because that would have been embarrassing. Later on, a handyman stopped by and fixed whatever was wrong with the window. I really started to question myself after that. Was I going stir crazy? Was I making problems out of nothing? I didn't feel wrong about being skeptical toward this strange new man, but I couldn't believe how wrong I was about his actions. I decided to give it a break and lay off the window watching for a bit. I started going to the gym in the afternoon, just to get out of the house. It was good for me in the beginning. I had something to do, I felt less stressed. I wasn't looking out the window, and I wasn't seeing the man across the street. Maybe he did everything he had to in the garage, and he was done spending time there. Either way, he was off my mind, and I was better off. That was until one day, when I was on my way back from the gym. It was about 3:15, and my street was littered with parents and school children just as they were getting out. I weaved through the swarms of kids and adults so I could get back home. And that's when I saw him, standing on the sidewalk, across from the school, among other parents waiting to receive their kids, was the man. I stopped and glared right at him, but his unbroken gaze remained directly on the line of children exiting the school. I walked a little further down the road and observed him for as long as I could. He stood there and waited, as if he did it every single day. Maybe he did, I thought. Maybe he has a kid here. Maybe that's why he's in the neighborhood to begin with. So I stood there and watched, ready to see a young boy or girl emerge from the gates and run straight into his arms. But as time went on, and the people started to disperse, it seemed less likely that he was waiting for a child of his own. Soon, all of the parents and children had left, and he was the only person standing outside the school. He hadn't moved an inch, staring at the exact same spot the entire time. I found his presence beyond disturbing, and in an instant, his gaze broke. He turned suddenly and started walking in my direction. I turned clumsily and sped walked back to my own house. From the window, I saw him walk past Jenna's house, up the driveway, and into the garage. He shut the door behind him and stayed inside until it got dark. He was back on my mind, and I couldn't stop thinking about why he would stand in front of the school like that, pretending to wait for someone. I got really worried for the kids. Finally, at about 10:30, he stepped out of the garage and locked it up behind him. I just stared at him as he walked down the dark, empty street without a care in the world, like some normal guy. I paid extra close attention to him from then on. I watched him come to the garage around noon, 3 or 4 times a week, and I'd see him standing outside the school, pretending to wait for a kid once a week, almost always on Friday. He'd never show up on the weekends. One day, I crossed paths with him outside the house as I was taking out the garbage. I knew our initial meeting was a while ago by this point, but I figured he'd at least recognize me still. I decided to make friendly so he wouldn't think I was keeping such a close eye on him. I lifted my hand to wave and say hi, but he just blanked me. He turned to walk down the sidewalk, and with complete tunnel vision, carried on down his path. Didn't even look in my direction. How weird, I thought. Just another thing to add to the long list of strange happenings with this man. It wasn't long before I got another one, too. The next day, I was walking to the gym, and I saw him making his way up our street. He was holding a brand new plastic bag, like he was just coming back from buying something. As I got closer, I recognized the name on the bag. Party Costumes, a fancy dress store. When I got ready to pass him on the sidewalk, I could see the tunnel vision in his eyes, and knew he wouldn't pay me any attention. So I snuck a glance into the bag, puzzled with what I saw. In the bag was a silver sparkly tiara, and one of those plastic masks. I don't really know how to explain them. It's like the face of a little girl with rosy cheeks, kinda like an antique porcelain doll. Really creepy for someone like him to be having. It was at this point I was more confused about the man and what he was up to than ever before. He started staying in the garage until quite late. He wouldn't leave until 11 or 12 most nights of the week. I would watch the garage door on nights he was in there, looking at the light spill from under it. I could see his shadow in the light, walking back and forth in the garage. I had no idea what he was doing in there, but I intended on finding out. I made plans on how I was going to get in when he wasn't there. I wanted to be able to get in and out without him knowing, so cutting the lock was off the table. I noticed that the latch itself was screwed into the door holding the padlock. I could unscrew the entire latch to get inside, and then screw it back in when I left. I waited for the weekend to make my entry, because I knew he wouldn't be there. During the whole week leading up to my plan, I was tense with nerves, excited and anxious about what I might find. I didn't sleep much at night, and it was all I could think about during the day. I didn't see him at all that week. I wondered why he had suddenly disappeared. That was until Friday, when I discovered he hadn't disappeared at all. I don't know what possessed me to wake up so early, but my mind jolted awake in the twilight hours of the morning. It was still dark outside, so I felt as if I should go back to sleep, but I simply couldn't. I got up and went downstairs to have some coffee. Although the sky was pitch black, I decided to get a very early start on the day. I sat down facing the window and opened up my computer to check emails. As I was scrolling, movement entered my vision from outside. Up the street, walking briskly, was a dark, shadowy figure. I immediately closed the computer and stepped toward the window. Across the street was someone dressed in all black, holding a pillowcase. On this person's head was a costume tiara, and on their face was that plastic little girl's mask. I knew right away it was him. He turned up the driveway and went into the garage, where he stayed for the rest of the morning, before leaving in the afternoon. I had to know what was in that bag, and decided not to wait any longer before entering myself. Late that night, I told everyone I was going out for a short run in the park. I then went to the shed to take my father-in-law's drill and walked across the street. Trying to be as quiet as possible, I unscrewed the latch off the door and opened it just enough to get inside. In the garage was nothing out of the ordinary. An old dusty workbench, some clothes that I could tell were his, including the black pants and jacket he was wearing when he creeped in early this morning. On the workbench was a notebook. I opened it to find a long list of names and addresses. Some of the addresses I recognized because they were nearby. Some I didn't recognize at all. Beside the workbench was that white pillowcase I saw him carrying earlier. Inside was nothing but children's toys, like little plastic cars and houses, along with stuffed animals of all kinds. This was all quite weird and confusing, but nothing as concerning as what I found under the workbench. Underneath was a cardboard box. Inside was the tiara and the plastic mask he wore earlier, as well as a small wooden box. Unlocked, it opened right up to reveal a plastic bag full of teeth. These weren't normal, average-sized teeth. They were little, tiny children's teeth in all stages of decomposition. And there weren't just a few. There were dozens. My heart raced at the thought of how he obtained these. Questions flooded my mind about who I was actually dealing with. Initially, I thought about calling the police, but upon further contemplation, I decided to see how he would react to someone else knowing his secrets, whatever they were. I kept the wooden box with the teeth, exited the garage, and screwed the latch back on the door. Each day after that, I waited for the man to return, so I could somehow show him that I knew he was up to something. He arrived on that Tuesday, and I watched carefully from the window. Within minutes of entering the garage, he stepped out in a panic. He looked frantically along the driveway, presumably for his wooden box with the teeth. I walked outside with a bag of garbage to place in the trash bin. Each time I saw him before, he paid me no mind at all. He noticed me this time. I stared directly at his face as I came to the sidewalk without breaking eye contact. He could tell instantly that I knew something. I opened the trash and threw the bag inside. I stood there for a few seconds, looking at him, while he looked back, frozen with shock and panic. I then took the small wooden box out from my pocket and placed it on top of the trash bin. He ran quickly into the garage and back out with the pillowcase full of children's toys. He then crossed the street to our side, grabbed the wooden box off of our trash bin, and sped off down the road. Later on, I called the police and told them everything I observed about the man across the street. I then said he dropped this outside on the road and handed over the bag of children's teeth. Although the police were shocked by this strange finding, it isn't illegal to own children's toys, a children's costume, or even possess children's teeth. This evidence didn't draw correlation to any open cases, but the police took the teeth for evidence anyway. And that was it. That was the last I heard about the man across the street. Up until today, when a police news story came on the TV. You see, everything I just told you happened about 6 years ago. Now, life is different. We have our own place, a couple kids to take care of, a whole new set of concerns. No more window watching for me. But on TV this morning, the police arrested a 64-year-old man for breaking into a child's bedroom from the ground floor window. Wearing a sparkly tiara and a children's costume mask, he claimed to be the Tooth Fairy. Apparently, he had been doing this for years, breaking into children's bedrooms and getting them to give him their teeth, or stealing their toys when they weren't there. Hearing this report made me laugh out loud, but when they showed his face, the laughter stopped. On the screen was the man across the street, along with the bag of teeth I had given to the police 6 years earlier. I turned to my wife and said, "See? Look. What did I say? I told you that guy was a sick bastard." Jesus Christ, this kid's scared shitless. I'm gonna go in and talk to him. Hey there. My name's Detective Holliday. What brings you in here this evening, young man? I did something bad. I did something really bad. Okay. Before we get into it, would you like some water, coffee, a Coke or something? Water's fine. Hey, can we get this kid some water, please? Alright. Now why don't we start from the very beginning? Tell me step by step everything that happened leading up to what you did. Okay. I live in Brooklyn with my girlfriend. We've been living in the city for about 3 years now. I work for a social media marketing company, and my girlfriend Michelle is an elementary school teacher. She started going to this new yoga studio in the neighborhood a while back. At first she only went once or twice a week, but more recently it's been almost every day. So why this sudden interest in yoga? She made a friend at the studio. This woman named Nadia. Shelly only wanted to start going to the studio to get out of the house and get a little exercise. But once she met Nadia, things became just completely different. In what way? Well, it wasn't just about exercise anymore. Shelly got way into the philosophy of yoga and meditation from talking to Nadia. All this stuff about the connection between body and soul, being free, living longer. So they saw each other outside of the studio then? Yeah, a lot. They would go get tea or something to eat after like every session. Did you ever meet this Nadia lady? Yeah, but that wasn't until the meditation retreat.
What meditation retreat? Nadia invited us on a 3-week meditation retreat upstate.
Oh my gosh, Shelley, I have an idea in mind that I think would be so great for you.
Ooh, what is it?
There is this amazing meditation retreat that only happens once a year, and I just know that you would benefit so much from it.
Ooh, that sounds cool. What's it like?
So, it takes place on this beautiful property upstate, and for 3 weeks you can relax, expand your mind, and just be free. It's run by some of the most wonderful people, and I think you would absolutely love it.
Wow, okay, that's amazing. But I just don't know if I can up and leave for like 3 weeks.
Why not? Didn't you say that you have your summer vacation coming up?
I do, but I don't know if I could just leave James for that long. It would be kind of unfair to him. We always do something together for my summer break.
Oh, Shelley, you have to stop thinking like that. You are so tied down here in the city. Tied down to your phone, tied down to your job, tied down to your relationship. When are you going to take control and be free?
I don't know. Wait, can James come to the retreat?
Well, I suppose he can, but are you sure his presence is healthy for you? I see so much potential in you, and I worry that you're throwing it away to be in this conventional society.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, but I think it would just be better if he came.
Well, all right. You just have so much ahead of you, and you haven't even started on your journey yet.
Well, neither have you. We're like the same age.
Shelley, how old do you think I am?
I don't know, like 28.
What if I told you that I'm 43?
Oh my god, no fucking way. You have to be lying.
Well, I'm not. You see, this is what I'm talking about. Expanding the mind and taking care of the body can prolong life. You haven't even started learning about all the ways we can become closer to our souls. This meditation retreat will be the next step for you.
Okay, let me talk to James. Either way, I'm in.
Okay, so you two went to this place then?
Yeah. Hey babe, how was yoga?
It was good.
What do you want to do for dinner? I was thinking...
How do you feel about going on a meditation retreat?
What?
A meditation retreat for 3 weeks.
I don't know. I'm not sure if that's really my thing.
Oh, come on. It'll be fun. You're always talking about getting out of the city and how sick you are of being on your phone all the time for work. And it's at a beautiful place upstate and there are no phones allowed.
Yeah, but how can I get 3 weeks off work just like that?
Well, it's during my summer break, so you already have the time off. It's the perfect opportunity for us to do something different.
I suppose that could be fun.
And it will be. It's going to be full of interesting and wonderful people, and it'll give us a chance to really expand our minds. Let's go.
Alright, fine. I guess it wouldn't hurt to try something new.
And where was it?
I don't know. Somewhere upstate.
You didn't drive there?
No, they had someone come and pick us up.
You didn't pay attention to any of the road signs, check your phone or anything like that?
No. The retreat was a digital detox, so no phones were allowed. And we were asleep for the whole ride, too. They had some complimentary tea in the car. I guess it made us pretty sleepy.
Okay, so you get to this place, and then what?
We were taken to this huge lodge where all the other first-timers stayed. It was one big room full of beds, and it had showers and stuff like that.
Were there a lot of other first-timers there too?
There were maybe like 12 of us. We made friends with another couple who also knew Nadia, and a girl named Amy who also lived in Brooklyn.
So these other first-timers, how did they hear about the retreat?
Everyone knew someone at the retreat.
A few of us knew Nadia from the same studio?
No, different ones.
And the others?
Everyone else knew another permanent resident.
Permanent resident? The permanent residents lived and traveled with the meditation group. They kind of took care of us and everything at the retreat. How did they do that? Oh, all kinds of different ways. They maintained the property, prepared food, taught us about their philosophy. Okay, so take me through a typical day at this retreat. Well, we would wake up at sunrise each day and have morning meditation. After that, we would have breakfast together in the mess hall or outside. Everything we ate was strictly vegan and organic. A lot of it they grew on the property. Then in the afternoon, we would go on nature walks or do yoga. There were a lot of trails in the forest and up the mountain nearby. There was also a nice lake to walk around. After that, we would have our afternoon meditation and then lunch, followed by a group therapy session before evening meditation and dinner. Jesus, this must have cost you guys a fortune. No, it was free. What? It didn't cost anything. It didn't seem strange to you that these people were housing you, feeding you, doing meditation and group therapy with you for 3 weeks without asking for any money? I don't know. It was invite only, so I thought, money wasn't important. Okay, interesting. Tell me more about these permanent residents. Like I said, they lived and traveled with the group. They were extremely dedicated to their lifestyle. They had a strict vegan diet and practiced meditation intensely. Their spiritual philosophy was something they took very seriously as well. Enlighten me on this spiritual philosophy. Their thoughts on the soul were that it was the only thing in existence that was truly free. Everything else, our bodies, our thoughts, our society, had to adhere to some sort of rules or guidelines. They believed it was our duty on Earth to prolong life, expand our minds, and become closer to the soul in order to ascend. Ascend? Reach the next level of consciousness. Jeez Louise. Tell me more. They wanted to do everything they could to live as long as possible. Eating the right food, relieving stress, meditation. And I think they were onto something because all of them were like 40 or 50 years old, but they looked me and Shelley's age. They also practiced freedom of thought, which meant not conforming to societal norms. What do you mean, like laws? No, I mean like traditional relationships and stuff like that. In order to live freely, you had to free yourself from society's expectations. I'm listening. They all lived in a lodge near the hill. At night, they would all be there together as a group. And they were very open, sexually. How many permanent residents were there? About 30. And they only mingled with you in the day when they weren't having their slumber parties. Yeah, pretty much. So these people pretty much ran the whole show. No, the group was led by the Satguru. He was the founder of the group. He only appeared during the guided meditations. He was the leader because they all believed his spirituality was divine, and that his life on Earth was closest to the soul. All of the permanent residents thought that he was the only person who would be able to bring humanity to the next level of consciousness. And he lived in the lodge with the others. No, he lived in his own lodge, at the top of the hill. He lived there with 7 other women. One of them was Nadia. Boy, oh boy, kid. Did none of this seem strange to you at all? Well, it did. But that's why we came. To experience something new. To see other people's way of life. Some way of life. You said earlier that you guys did group therapy sessions. Describe those to me. It was only for the first timers. We would gather in the Sun Temple, the place where we did all of our guided meditations as well. And we took turns talking about sources of stress in our lives. The permanent residents gave us advice on how to use freedom of thought to eliminate them. A lot of people's stress had to do with their families or relationships, so they encouraged us to question these relationships and sever any ties to stress that we had. You must have heard some pretty interesting things in there.
Who do you hear when you think about your stress, Amy?
I don't know. When I think about it, I hear my father.
What's he saying?
He's telling me to come back home.
Why does this cause you stress?
Because I don't want to. I don't want to go home. I don't want to see my family disappointed.
What do we say about these negative relationships?
We must question them and free ourselves from them.
Why?
To prolong our lives and be closer to our souls.
Yeah, I did. And these guided meditations took place in this sun temple as well. What were those like? The guided meditations were a lot more simple. They were very relaxing. We would just focus on letting go of all inhibition, total freedom of thought, without judgment or worry. At least the Sun Temple meditations were like that. There were others? Well, yeah. Once a week we would have a special meditation ceremony in the woods, at the Moon Temple. How were these different? Before the ceremony, we would drink a special herbal tea. The tea would help us relax and open our minds. In the temple, the moonlight would shimmer from the sky as we recited our prayer chants. There, all self-consciousness could be let go, and people could do whatever they wanted. A lot of people would kiss each other and touch each other, but only if they wanted to. No one had to do anything they didn't want. Wow, this just keeps getting better and better. At what point did things start to go sour for you, kid? I guess things started to seem a little off when I walked in on Amy packing her stuff. Amy, what are you doing?
I'm getting out of here, man.
Why? We just got here.
Because this shit's just weird.
I know it's a little different, but it's only been a week. You haven't really given it a shot yet.
Listen, I'm all for thinking outside of the box, but the kind of stuff that people are talking about in there is really freaking me out. They even got me saying all kinds of weird shit that I would never say.
Well, maybe it's a good thing you're questioning them. Maybe that's what they want.
I don't know, man. Whatever it is, it's really got me feeling some kind of way. Especially after all that shit that happened last night.
Yeah, I mean, this place is definitely interesting, but I think if you stay a little longer, you'll change your mind.
That's exactly what I'm worried about.
You know, she was right. Advice like that doesn't come from people who are trying to help you out. Yeah, I realize that now. That couldn't have been the only thing that put you off. There became a little bit of distance between me and Shelley, too. After Amy left, the permanent resident who was in charge of the kitchen, Astrid, started talking to Shelley about her and I's relationship. She told Shelley that being in a traditional relationship with me was oppressive, because it meant she needed my approval to do all of the things that she wanted. Did you agree with that? Well, no. But I didn't think we wanted different things. Until they invited her to their lodge one night. And she went. Not at first. Astrid invited her after dinner one evening. When Shelley told me, I said, "You're not thinking about doing it, are you?" She said, "No." But the next night she changed her mind.
James, I'm gonna go up there.
What? Why?
Because I want to. I'm sorry if it upsets you, but if I want to do something, I should just do it.
But what if they're doing weird stuff up there and they want you to join in?
I'll only do what I want to do. They wouldn't make me do something I don't want to.
Well, what do you want to do?
I don't know, James. And I'm sick of not knowing. I want to be free, and I feel like you don't want me to be.
When she came back the next morning, she wouldn't tell me what went on there. When I asked if she had sex with anyone, she told me that my ideas of sex and love didn't even matter, because my mind was so closed.
I feel for you, kiddo. A girl told me the same thing one time. Turns out she did have sex with somebody. What happened between you two after that?
There was a lot of distance between us. She spent more and more time with the permanent residents, and I just mainly stuck with the first-timers.
Where was this Nadia woman during all this?
She stayed with Satguru and the other women. We only saw them during the guided meditations, but during those we weren't allowed to talk.
What about these moon temple meditations? Was she there?
Yes, she was. But there we couldn't talk either. You could only use your body to communicate.
It must have drove you crazy seeing your girlfriend use her body to communicate.
Yeah, it wasn't easy. But at that place, I don't know. I was thinking about things a lot differently. Things that would have bothered me before didn't as much there. It was like I was under some kind of spell. We all were.
I think your friend Amy had the right idea getting out early. You didn't just want to leave at any point?
I did, but I also didn't. It's this strange feeling of not wanting to walk away from something unique and different. You feel special being a part of it, so you don't want to give it up, because you don't know if you'll ever have it again. So no, I guess I didn't want to leave. Not until the night Nadia came to our room.
Why? What happened?
She said, "Shelley, come with me. He wants to see you." And Shelley went with her, up to Satguru's lodge. She didn't come back for 3 days. I thought about leaving the whole time she was gone, but when she came back, she convinced me to stay.
What did she say?
The retreat was coming to an end, and she told me that the final moon temple ceremony would be special. Very special. I asked her why, and she just said it would make this whole experience worth it. So then the night came, and we all got ready to go to the moon temple. We drank the herbal tea, but this time it was different. It was a lot stronger. Shelley wasn't with us either, but I had a feeling she was the reason why this ceremony would be so special. We walked through the woods and into the temple, where Satguru sat in front of everyone with the 7 women. This time we didn't do a guided meditation. This ceremony was more like a group therapy for the first-timers. He called us up one by one, and had each person talk about their deepest fears and insecurities. Some people went up and acknowledged the sources of stress in their lives, and what they would do to separate from them. For most of them, it meant cutting ties with their families or their friends. They then pledged their devotion to the group, and vowed to spend their lives expanding the mind and becoming closer to the soul. Others went up and cried, admitting how scared they were to separate from conventional life, and that they couldn't do it. They were then led away and told not to come back to the group. At this point, I was really feeling the effects of the tea. Then, Satguru called me up.
Close your eyes. Now, tell us your name.
My name is James.
Why did you come here, James?
I wanted a new experience. To learn more about myself and others.
You claim that you want to learn more, yet you hold on to your old, conventional ways. Why?
Because it's all I know. It's hard for me to let go of everything all at once.
Why is it hard? What are you afraid of?
I don't know. Being alone.
Why does this loneliness make you scared? What do you see when you're all alone?
I see nothing. I see my mother.
What does she say?
She doesn't say anything. She's just walking away.
Call to her. Tell her to come back.
She doesn't want to. She's too sad here.
Why is she sad?
She's not happy with my father. She doesn't want to be with him. She wants someone else.
Don't let your conditioned sadness keep you enslaved.
I can't. I can't let her go.
James, open your eyes. Who do you see?
Standing in front of me was Shelley. She was just right there, with no clothes on, looking at me.
Who do you see, James?
Shelley. My girlfriend.
No. She's your mother, the source of your sadness.
No. It's Shelley.
Look again. She is your mother.
As I looked at her intensely, I wanted to open my mouth and say something, but I couldn't. Then her face changed. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. My heart dropped and I was paralyzed. Staring at my mother. Staring back at me. All the sadness and loneliness I felt, being abandoned, left alone, came rushing back all at once.
Rid yourself of this sadness, James. Cut your ties to the life you once knew.
Just then, Nadia approached me with a knife. She handed it to me and told me to be strong.
Release yourself from this unnecessary burden. Ascend to the next level of existence. Be free. Kill your mother.
I held the knife, looking at my mother, her eyes peering into me. I felt so weak, so small. She said, "Do it. Kill me." I didn't want to, but I was so sad and scared. I didn't want to be anymore. I just wanted to be free from it. Sadhguru kept saying, "Kill your mother. Release yourself." Then I started to panic.
Kill your mother.
I didn't know what was happening.
Release yourself.
I just wanted it to stop.
Kill your mother.
So I plunged the knife into her stomach.
Be free.
In that moment, I felt such a sense of relief. But it didn't last. I looked down on the floor and saw Shelley holding her stomach and coughing up blood. Before I could even think about what I'd just done, the others began to creep in closer. And then... Oh, God. What? What happened? They cut open her neck and started drinking her blood. They went into a frenzy like wild animals. Drinking from her neck, bathing in it, kissing each other. Holy shit, kid. So you're saying that your girlfriend, Shelley, got killed? Yeah, she did. She got killed. Jesus, by me. I killed her. I killed Shelley. Oh, God. What have I done? Hey, kid, it's okay. It's okay. Calm down. It's okay. Listen, you're doing the right thing by telling me this, okay? Look, I think you're a good kid, and you're being honest with me. And that's a good thing. If you did anything wrong, I promise you that we will do everything we can to help you legally. But if you want us to protect you, I'm gonna need your full cooperation, okay? Okay. Hey, can we bring in that missing persons file we talked about earlier? Okay. So what happened next, kid? I woke up in the first-timer's cabin. The sun was out, and I was the only person in there. I got up and went to walk out the door, but it was locked. The windows were all nailed shut, and I was stuck in there. All I could do was sit in there and think about what happened. I was sure about what I did and what I saw, but it all felt like a crazy dream. I had no idea what would happen next, and then Nadia walked in.
Good morning, James. How are you feeling today?
I'm okay, I guess.
You should be feeling amazing. Your life as a free soul begins today.
I'm not sure what to think about last night.
Last night was a miracle for humanity. Shelley saved your soul by sacrificing her body, and for that, she will ascend to the next level of consciousness.
But
you now have freedom to live as you should. Free from fear, free from guilt. You never have to be lonely again. You belong with us now.
I just want to go home.
You can't just go home, James. Think of everything everyone here has done for you. We are now bound by blood. This is your new home now.
Okay.
Tell me, what will you do with your new life?
I will expand the mind, prolong life, and become closer to the soul.
Perfect. I'm glad to have you with us.
I knew they would never let me leave, so I had to convince them that I was committed to the group. Eventually, they let me out, and I stayed there, working, for about another week, as I planned my escape.
How did you do it?
Every morning I was asked to go out to the garden and pick vegetables for our meals. I was always accompanied by another permanent resident, because it was a lot of food to carry, and so they could keep an eye on me. One morning, when it was time to get the vegetables for the day, no one was available to go with me. Astrid, the woman in charge of the kitchen, told me to wait until someone was free. I said that I could go get everything we needed by myself, and I could take more than one trip if I had to. She reluctantly agreed and told me not to go far. I went outside and started picking the vegetables we needed. Astrid watched closely and didn't take her eyes off me at all as she washed the dishes and stacked them next to the sink. I had the first batch of vegetables in my sack and brought them back to the kitchen. I'll be right back with the others, I said to Astrid as she put the dishes away. She stared at me from the kitchen window while she cut the vegetables. She barely looked away. I brought the last batch in and said, "Here you go." Astrid inspected the vegetables in the bag and said, "You forgot the carrots." "Oh, sorry," I replied, and told her I'd be right back. I went back out a third time, and as I picked the carrots, there was Astrid, eyes locked on me from the kitchen window. I wanted to just run right then and there, but I knew this wasn't my chance. Right as I thought that, I heard a screeching yelp from the kitchen. Astrid was looking down at the cutting board. She lifted her bloody hand and grabbed her wrist as she rushed away to wrap it up with something. I turned around and ran as fast as I could into the woods. I kept running and running, and I didn't stop. I was so scared they were going to catch me and kill me. So I ran for hours until I felt like my legs were going to fall off. That's when I heard the cars. I stumbled out onto the highway. I couldn't believe my luck when I saw a state trooper parked outside the breakdown lane. I ran to him and begged him for help, and then he brought me here.
Holy hell, kid. You're very lucky to be alive.
I'm going to show you a few pictures, and I want you to tell me if you recognize any of these people.
You know these two?
Yeah, that was the other couple at the retreat.
What about this guy?
He was there too. He had a hard time at the final ceremony, so he went home.
Oh yeah? What about her?
Oh my God, that's Amy.
The one you said that left a week into it, right?
Yeah, that's her. Why are you showing me these? All of these people have been missing for over a month. Most of them had mentioned that they were going to a meditation retreat that didn't allow phones, and they would be back in a few weeks. When they didn't come back at the time they were supposed to, family and friends grew concerned. On top of that, all their bank accounts have been drained, which suggests foul play.
No one knew exactly where they went or who to contact. But now with you showing up, there's a shred of hope. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I know. Here's one more for you. You recognize her? That's Shelley. I'm sorry, James. She's been reported missing too. And her bank account was emptied yesterday. Oh, God. I know this is hard for you. But if you want to catch the people responsible and make sure this doesn't happen to anyone again, I'm gonna need you to tell me everything you know. Okay. Do you have any idea where this place was or what it was near? No. All I was told was that it was somewhere upstate. It was a huge property with 6 buildings. The 2 temples, 3 lodges, and open-air mess hall. It was near a mountain and a lake. And this was about 3 or 4 hours on foot, outside Whitehall where you were picked up. Yeah, I guess. Did you have to cross a river before you got to the highway? Yeah, I did. Okay. I'm gonna send a team of officers up to Whitehall to try and figure out where this place is. Because of the nature of your confession, we're gonna detain you for 24 hours and see if we can find any evidence on your claims. And don't worry, we'll get you your own cell with a nice place to lay down. You're doing the right thing telling us what happened, James. I just want this all to be over. Get a good night's sleep. I'll check in on you in the morning. Hey there, kiddo. How'd you sleep? Fine, I suppose. Good. So we're pretty certain we found the place you were talking about. It has the 3 lodges, the 2 temples, one of them in the woods, the mess hall, the lake, and the mountain. Is this the place? Yeah, this is the exact place. Where was it? Well, it wasn't in upstate New York. It was actually in Vermont, right on the other side of the border. When you ran away, you ran west, and crossed over the Pulteney River back into New York State. Did you find the missing people there? No, we didn't find anybody there. The place was like a ghost town. We even searched the area for bodies or remains, but got nothing. We did find what we think is blood residue in that temple in the woods. They cleaned that place pretty good, but a sample is at the lab being tested. Oh my God. So now what? Now we let you out of here and you go home. What? Why? Basically, what you've told me is that you think you've murdered your girlfriend while under the influence of psychoactive drugs. When the fact is, we don't know if that's true or not. Maybe she's off somewhere with the cult. Maybe she ran off with a new boyfriend. Maybe you really did kill her. But as it stands, we have no body, no witnesses, and no other testimonies correlating to what you told us. So we can't charge you with anything. No, this is crazy. What I saw was real. That place was real. You went there yourself. I know, and I believe you. But in terms of evidence proving illegal activity, we got nothing. So you're free to go until we find something. So now what do I do? Honestly, if I were you, I'd go home, get some rest, and lay off the yoga for a little while.